whatever I can do, I will be able to do it. And for sure, and this was the first project that we thought of doing, the book, because what we realized was that the children didn't have very much adequate information to conduct themselves safely on the road. So we thought, what's the first thing that we can do which can help? So we thought about publishing the book, A Guide for Children on the Road. And when we had done it, we found an illustrator and we took it to him and he looked at it, he made 1 or 2 comments, and he said, and we said, what we would like is for you to do the foreword as your first function as a patron of the organization. Because we believe with your signature, this book will indeed get to where it's intended to get to. And for sure, he was very excited. He did the foreword. And we said, who do we approach? And he said, we know we can approach a lot of people. And he always counseled. He was always giving us counsel. And just from the fact that he, at his level of seniority, he took this thing on wholeheartedly, it actually inspired us. Because from then on, we got so inspired to say, if Dr. Kaunda can agree to support this cause, who can refuse? And for sure, that inspired us. We approached Dr. Chituo, Branch Tuo, the Ministry of Health, and they seconded Dr. Branch Tuo to become the chairperson for the organization. We approached Zambia Police. They seconded Dr. Solomon Jere to become the vice president of the trust fund. And we had different people from the private sector also on the board of the trust fund. And when we put these credentials and we thought of UNICEF. We approached UNICEF, they were so excited. Dr. Stella Goings, then we did so many programs with UNICEF and Dr. Stella Goings when she was the UNICEF country representative. They funded the book. This book has gone out all over the country. The UNICEF funded many copies that were launched even in the provincial headquarters. But I want to just say that because of his signature on this book, we believe that it attracted.
Please hold it to the camera, probably.
Okay, thank you. It attracted. He was so influential that for me, I think what he touched gained ground. So as we speak, this book is now got. We are working on a 6th edition that has been signed by the current president, Dr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu. So this is how far this product has gone, and I know that some people don't even know about this product, but for me, I wanted to, when the founding father passed on, we said we have to talk about this. We have to let people know the role that Dr. Kaunda has played in shaping the program for road safety in this country, because he was the first key influential person who put his signature on an initiative for children's road safety, and since then it has evolved. The book was also signed by Mr. Michael Sata, was it the 4th? Was it the 4th president or the 5th? I lose count. The fifth president, yes, the 5th president of the Republic of Zambia also signed this. And with the current president, when we presented this book, because the PF government has been big on road infrastructure development.
Yes.
And for us, our argument was, if you invest in road infrastructure, but you do not beef it up with support to road safety, then we are going to see, because research has shown globally, where roads have been done, everywhere in all the world over, where roads have been done, speeds increase, people become more relaxed because the road is better. But this also has seen the unintended consequences of increased road traffic accidents. And this happened in Zambia when we did Road SIP 1. And this is where actually the initiative for the children's road safety came from, because it happened just around when Road SIP 1 was born, the Road Sector Investment and Infrastructure Program. We saw Great East Road being done then. I don't know if you remember, but Great East Road was just a 2-way road with a lot of potholes, and we used to joke about it, like if you see a person driving straight on Great East Road, then he's drunk, because the sober person would be avoiding potholes. So after the road was done, then we had these accidents, and children were not spared. So we've had, since then, we've had so many people come on board. Mrs. Maureen Mwanawasa was the one that we launched this book with, actually with when she was the first lady at that time. With Dr. Kaunda himself, we launched the book at the National Museum. That was one thing that Dr. Kaunda was also passionate about, you know, the museums and involving what programs we are doing with the museum so that the legacy goes on. So we launched at the museum. And, you know, we did so much together. And I think another thing that I would like to share that we did with Dr. Kaunda, which I will never forget, was when we launched what we called the Baby on Board sticker.
Yes.
So the Baby on Board sticker it's a sticker that motorists use to place at the back of their seat to emphasize to everyone around them that they are carrying infants in their car. And it's meant to alert the other drivers to be a bit more careful. It's like when somebody's carrying poles which are sticking out and they've put a triangle, or when it's an L plate and they know somebody's learning. So the same concept with the baby. So be extra cautious you're driving around. And we also advocated for the use of baby car seats with that. So when we launched this, people were asking, what is this Baby on Board sticker? So we agreed that we would do, on the day of the launch, we would walk from Kawe Roundabout to Pamozi Hotel, where we launched from. So we found a vehicle for Dr. Kaunda, a very good, comfortable vehicle, and we were like, so, Your Excellency, you're going to ride here, and then the rest of us will walk. And he said, what? I'm not going to ride when people are walking. I'm walking for my children. How can I ride? And we were so worried about his health. Like, is he really going to survive? Because at that time he was already aging, but he was so fit.
He was very energetic, and he liked to jog all the time to show his fitness levels, isn't it?
Yes. And
Hope, please stay with us, because for now we have to just go to Chisha with her music dedication to Dr. Kaunda, and then I'll be back with you for more stories on Dr. Kaunda.
Thank you.
Amen, amen, amen. Bayuni bauluga. Amen, amen, amen. Banyama bagalaba. Amen, amen, amen. Yonsenju yagwe. Amen, amen, amen. Amuyango tuyoya. Amen, amen, amen. Bashungwa musogwe. Amen, amen, amen. Yonsenju yagwe.
Chisha there, thank you so much for that dedication. It's actually very moving to the soul. And before we continue with hope, we get some messages of tribute from Dr. Kaunda's grandchildren. Apologies there, we seem to have a mix-up. We continue with the interview. In the studio with Hope Komalo, the National Coordinator for Road Safety Trust Fund. Hope, you were telling me before we cut to music there how energetic Dr. Kaunda.
How energetic
yes,
he was. And how
he insisted on walking,
yes,
yeah?
he insisted on walking, and I remember we walked, and everybody who stopped and recognized him, he would explain to them about the baby on board sticker and the use of car seats, and you know, it was amazing. And we got to the hotel and he was still energetic. And we had the doctor behind us all the time, but he was fine. We got there, we launched the sticker, and yeah, so we had we have so many pleasant memories of how committed. You know, for me, what used to always touch me was because he had told us, anything you want me to do for the children of Zambia, I would do it. And for sure, he never held back. Whatever opportunity he had to advocate for their rights, for their safety on the road, he would take it up. So he would just say, whatever you have, the programs, you give me the programs, we're going to do it the best possible way. So the third thing which I wanted to share that I really think was notable that we did with him was the school bus project. So I know that Zambians, now it's become a normal thing for schools to have school buses and even to outsource school buses to take children to and from school. But what most people don't know is that actually one of the first people to introduce this concept was the late founding father. So because of, when we carried out research to see how were accidents happening, so it was children crossing the road, and we did the book, and it was out in the schools, the children were being better educated. It was, you know, children in vehicles that were not being properly secured through the use of car seats, but also even just other motorists around them recognizing that there's a child on board and taking extra precaution. But also there was this element of children, parents that had to rush from work to go and pick up children and then take them home and then come back to work. And incidences were starting to show of these incidences of parents who were rushing back and forth, picking up children to and from school, which was not the safest thing that could be done. So when we researched, we found, you know, other countries had school buses. So how were these being managed, and would Zambians appreciate a safer alternative such as school buses on their, you know, for their children, as opposed to them running back and forth? So again, we went to our good friends UNICEF, and they funded the research project that saw us doing a research, interviewing parents, schools, and the pupils themselves to ask about how they moved to school and what they thought would they welcome the idea of school buses. And the statistics spoke for themselves. Again, we launched with Dr. Kaunda, we disseminated the findings of the research project, and indeed a lot of schools pledged to begin to work with school buses. And we saw up to now we're seeing the school bus concept is becoming more and more popular as a safer alternative to parents running back and forth, picking up children to and from school. So, you know, there's so many other things that we did, but I think the notable, these three that I want to share, and also to encourage Zambians to say, you know, let the legacy of our founding father live on through honoring initiatives that he backed up, that have been researched. So let schools, school PTAs invest in those school buses, because they are really a safer alternative for our children's transportation to and from school. Let parents with young children honor the late president's legacy by putting the baby on board stick and using baby car seats for their children. You know, there's no power that we have that can hold a child. You know, when an accident happens, you know, I don't know if you've ever been in a serious accident. I have. And my daughter that I was just telling you about, that is your daughter's classmate.
Yes.
we were in the car together, and when the accident happened, I couldn't even think about holding her, you know, because we have this misconception like we can hold the child when the accident happens and protect the child. The law of nature dictates otherwise. So you're just thrown everywhere. And for us, it was like a 3 or 4 minutes thing. And then we were now, when the impact was over, that's when I was thinking about her, to say, where is she? And so, you know, you can't, you know, there's technology, there's a science that has been done, and baby car seats have been proven to be the best way of securing a child in a car. Let's honor his legacy and use baby car seats. But also with our own book, you know, we are very proud to say it has come a long way. This first publication was done in 2000. And now in 2021, it has been endorsed by the current president. So I think that the onus is on each and every Zambian. You know, public road safety is not something that one person can do or one organization can do. I think it takes all of us to play our role. So I would just like to encourage Zambians to play their role, even if it just means being safer on the road, or joining an initiative. The school children join the RATSA road safety clubs now that RATSA have come on board to do, and play your part in ensuring that we have a better safety statistics on our road, to honor our founding president, who was one of the first people that took up this fight. He actually even talked about PSV drivers and encouraged the government to start defensive driving training for the PSV drivers when the accidents just involving PSVs just were becoming so high. So again, this is another thing with the latest incident that happened. We'd just like to appeal to the government to say, you know, there are programs that have been researched that can help people to be safer on the road and avoid this senseless loss of lives. That most accidents can actually be prevented if people got the right training, the people got the right mindset of how to behave safely, responsibly, and legally every time they are on the road.
Yeah. You talk about the car seats and the immense role that they play in securing children. And I was wondering if your trust has approached any legislative body or ministry such that this can be enforced as a legal requirement for every person who has a child below a certain age, like in other countries that I've seen, that they'll actually fine you if you have a child below 12 years and is not in a car seat.
Yes, yes. We work very closely with RATSA, with the Road Transport and Safety Agency, and this is something that has been on the books for some time. From you know, we used to do the road safety endeavors with RATSA. I don't know if you remember those, although the past 3 years I think we have not had an endeavor. But in the endeavors, this is where people would present different initiatives of road safety, best practices, international best practices, which Zambia could adapt to and introduce in the country to help us improve our road safety levels. So this is something that has been tabled, and I know this is something which is on the books of RATSA. But sometimes you find that RATSA, they have so many statutory instruments that they are trying to pass, and you know, they have to take it stage by stage. Yeah. So I know it's something that is on their list, and on all of us who are working around road safety, it's something which is on our list, and we are hoping that in the near future, this is something that can surely be passed. In the meantime, you know, the Children's Road Safety Trust Fund evolved into what is now being called the Sheriff's Kids Park here at Rhodes Park. Because over the years, you know, structures, we lose people, but the issue is still ongoing. So road safety amongst children is still a going concern. But, you know, sometimes you might lose this structure and pick up in another form. So one of the main things that we always wanted was to have a facility that would be used for teaching children on road safety. And for many years, we looked for a place that we could set up this infrastructure. But eventually, God answered our prayers. Also, this is another thing that we learned from the founding father. He had this immense trust in God, and he would always say, God will provide. Yes. And this is something that, you know, if you have faith, you can move a mountain. So we picked up this faith from him, and we never stopped looking for a place until finally the council listed out Sheriff's Kids Park to us to be used as a road safety infrastructure. So So now we have, and then Total Zambia came on board and sponsored the tarmac, and this, it's a circuit, it's a mini circuit where we teach children road safety. And Dr. Kaunda himself came and planted the first tree that was planted on the infrastructure when we were just laying the foundation. He planted a palm tree to lay the foundation for this infrastructure. So we have this program is ongoing.
Hope I have to just cut you short there in terms of you just hold your thought. As you can see on picture there, we have an aircraft landing. It's just landed, actually it's taxiing on the runway at the KENNETH KAUNDA International Airport. Aboard that plane is the Zimbabwean President, His Excellency Emmerson Mnangagwa, and at KENNETH KAUNDA International Airport we have a ZNBC crew that is on standby to just keep us abreast with all the arrivals of foreign dignitaries who are expected to attend the state funeral memorial service today of our founding President Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. Brian.
Thank you very much. We are still coming to you live from the KK International Airport, where we are witnessing the arrival of various heads of state who have come to pay their last respect to the late founding father of Zambia. We are just about to see the arrival of the President of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emmerson Mnangagwa, who will be passing through this place. His plane has already touched down. It did touch down around 8:29, and we obviously await lots of arrivals of various heads of state here at the KK International Airport. We are expecting the arrival of the President of Namibia, Tanzania, Mozambique, and of course the Republic of South Africa. All those heads of state will be arriving here at the KK International Airport to take part in the state funeral, which has been held in honor of the late founding father. So the program, like I mentioned earlier on, is very tight. From here, the various heads of state, make their way to the showgrounds here in Lusaka, where there will be a virtue, a body viewing of the late, president. So there'll be lots of activities there. Of course, various speeches will be given in honor of the late, president, just to celebrate his life. And we expect that later on, as we witness these various heads of state departing Zambia, we hope to get a few reactions, a few thoughts, from them, because right now we're not allowed to have any interaction with them as they elect from the aircraft. But later on, of course, in the day, we hope to have some interaction from them to hear what they have to say about the late, founding father. So Zimbabwe is a very special, friend to Zambia. As you can see, the aircraft, carrying the, president of Zimbabwe, just making its way here as various individuals, various, personalities. The media have their cameras, ready to capture, the arrival of these, various heads of state. And we have also heard a number of reactions from various members of, the SADC, community, who have, described, the late founding father as a very, very, dedicated, gallant soldier of the soil, in ensuring that, in Africa, the region of, is independent, so to speak. SADC is independent. Of course, that wasn't just, the dream of the late, KK. He also did, play a part in, the independence of many African countries, here on the continent. Of course, the world continues to celebrate this great son of the soil. Zambia did declare, 21 days of national mourning. Today is actually holiday, so to speak, non-working day, if you like. That's according to the President of the Republic of Zambia, who did declare last night on state television, telling the entire country that today has been dedicated to mourning the late founding father. A state funeral has been declared in his honor, and this will allow for the various heads of state to come and pay their last respect here in Zambia at the showgrounds. That's where they will be gathered to take part in the ceremony there. There'll be a virtual body viewing that will be coming to the fore at the showgrounds. The president of Zambia also last night did indicate that the 7th of July, the day on which KK is going to be put to rest, is also going to be a non-working day to allow for the country to send off the founding father. It's been a very trying moment for many Zambians. I mean, at the age of 97, many Zambians are hoping that KK would hit 100, but unfortunately that hasn't happened. And Zambians, this is the moment, this is a period that many Zambians were dreading. Of course we all know that death is inevitable, isn't it? But when it came to KK, the wishes and the hope of many Zambians was that he stays longer and longer as he could, to ensure that Zambia can have, a gallant son still alive, one of the freedom fighters, still alive, the founding father still alive, for council. We know for a fact that on several occasions, when there were some political differences among different political players, President Kaunda was on hand to give counsel, to remind this country that we've come a long way, and that we cannot, throw away the peace and the love and the unity that we've been known for as a country just because of political differences. And so many Zambians really would have loved to have such a figure alive even today, but life has its own dynamics, isn't it? And Zambians now have to deal with such a moment, to mourn the founding father. But also many have said this is a moment that accords every Zambian to begin to reflect on what they're contributing to this great nation in terms of helping Zambia advance economically, politically as well, and just to remember that this peace that we are having right now as a country should not be taken for granted, because lots of sacrifice went into acquiring this peace, and so for many experts are saying, look, for Zambia, of course, the death of the founding father is extremely painful, but it also offers an opportunity to remember the sacrifices that many did put in place. A sermon to many political players, all Zambians, to ensure that we put country first, because that's what KK did, isn't it? He put country first in almost everything that he did, in his life. He always preached peace. The One Zambia, One Nation motto is testament to that, isn't it? And of course, the many other initiatives, many have brought to the fore how he used to make sure that civil servants, from various parts of the country went to work in provinces that they were not born, from, provinces that were not the native, so to speak, that were not anything tied to their tribe. All this was aimed at trying to unite Zambia, to encourage intermarriages among citizens, to ensure that the oneness is cemented. So this is a moment again for Zambians to reflect on how best we can try and ensure that we continue to remain a united and peaceful nation. A moment for political leaders to pick a leaf from this great son of the soil who was dedicated to ensuring that Zambia was a unified factor. For the common citizen, it's that time around when you and I have to begin to think about how we must become immense, so to speak, in trying to develop this country, because KK took it upon himself. He did not wait to become president for him to contribute, positively to this country. He did it even as a common individual. His goal really was to ensure that Zambia is liberated. And for the current generation, you and I, have been called upon to ensure that we see how we can emancipate this country economically. I mean, for us to be, fully independent, so to speak, we must ensure that we become, economically independent. But that can not only be done by government, because KK didn't have government, when he was involving himself in the liberation struggle. So, a call to Zambians out there to begin to look at, self, contribution, so to speak, when it comes to the development of Zambia. So really, KK preaching lots of sermons, depending on where you're standing, there's lots of, life lessons to pick from his life and his contribution to this country. I mean, such a great man has broken the hearts of many, the continent. It explains to you why this morning we're coming to live from the KK International Airport to receive and broadcast to you the arrival of the various heads of state. It tells you how huge this figure was in terms of KK and how he touched many lives. So right now, just in case you're tuning in, behind me is the aircraft carrying the president of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emmerson Mnangagwa. Obviously, just as Zimbabwe and Zambia, almost like twins, isn't it, in terms of the history, the independence struggle, and things of that sort. KK also had a part in ensuring that Zimbabwe was free and that peace prevailed in that country. So a challenge again to each one of us to ensure that we mind the way we live our lives as individuals, because we don't know who's watching, and really it's about service to the next person. That's what KK believed in. In his one of the last interactions, last broadcast interviews that he did accord the state media, Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation, he did emphasize on the need to love one another. The need to ensure that you care for the person next door. You care for the person who's sitting next to you, who's standing next to you, because that's what life is about. And Zambia, being a Christian nation, he did premise his thoughts on the fact that the biblical principle of love your neighbor as you love yourself. He did emphasize on that one, isn't it? And of course, those were his principles. Those are the facets that governed how he lived his life. It explains to you why his life is next to perfection. He may not be a perfect person, but we know for a fact that there is so much positivity to talk about when it comes to KK, as opposed to the negatives of his life, so to speak. So really, he continues to preach that powerful message, despite him having died. Even in his death, the sermon continues to be allowed. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. And this he just did not say. He believed in it. As can be seen from what he did when Zambia was independent. He saw to it that other countries on the continent equally got independence. It explains to you why various heads of state from around the continent, around the globe, have really praised and celebrated the life of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. And so here at an airport that is named after the country's founding father, we bring into live proceedings of the arrivals of the various heads of state anytime soon. As you can see in the background, President of Zimbabwe, Emmerson Mnangagwa, just alerting from the aircraft to meet the Deputy Secretary to Cabinet, who is here to receive him, Mr. Patrick Kangwa, in the presence of Foreign Affairs PS Chalwe Lombe. The two and other government officials here are on hand to receive the various heads of state, including the President of Zimbabwe. Of independence. Mentioned in as far as the history of Zimbabwe's independence is concerned. Born on the 15th of September 1942, Mr. Mnangagwa is currently serving as the president of Zimbabwe since the 24th of November 2017. He's a member of the ZANU-PF and a long-time ally of former president, former and late president, President Robert Mugabe, who he himself was a friend to this great country and a friend to Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. More often than not, we did see Mr. Robert Mugabe coming to witness all those interesting and important state events in the country, the inaugurations of the various heads of state in this country. We saw the late Robert Mugabe coming to witness, and so that that tie, that bond between Zambia continues to the very day, and explains to you why the president of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emmerson Mnangagwa, has taken time off his very busy schedule to come and be part of the state funeral of the late founding father. He's coming here also because that country, Zimbabwe, did allocate some time and some days to mourn the late president of this country, the man who surely is at the center of every conversation in Zambia and of course across the African continent, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, just to symbolize how dear Dr. Kenneth Kaunda was and still remains, I want to believe, to Zimbabwe. So once again, Just in case you're joining us, welcome to this live broadcast. We're coming to you live from the Kenneth Kaunda International Airport, where we're witnessing the arrival of various heads of state who have come to take part in the state funeral here in Zambia. And so after arriving here at the Kenneth International Airport, we must emphasize the various heads of state will then make their way to the showgrounds to take part in the main event there, which will also entail a virtue, a body viewing because of the coronavirus, which has continued to steal lives from us and continues to be a health, hazard, for Zambia and many other African countries. In fact, the entire globe, isn't it? So as you can see in your picture, the president of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Mnangagwa, just disembarking and meeting the Deputy Secretary to Cabinet, Mr. Patrick Kangwa, and also the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Chalwe Lombe, and just conversing. Obviously, I can imagine that the president of Zimbabwe is whispering words of condolences as he gets onto his motorcade, which will then see him get to the showgrounds, which will be the venue for the set funeral here in Zambia, as the country continues to mourn a very important figure who did pass on the 17th of June 2021. He will be put to rest on the 7th of July, and to that effect, the President of Zambia, His Excellency President Edgar Chagwa Lungu, has declared the 2 days as non-working days for Zambians to mourn the late founding father, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. And so, in your picture, as you can see, His Excellency, President Mnangagwa just getting onto his vehicle, which will then drive to the showgrounds for the main event. And we must emphasize there will be a virtue body viewing of the late Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, and so we continue to bring you live pictures from the Kenneth Kaunda International Airport, and you do well to stay with us here on ZNBC TV, your national broadcaster, as we mourn with the rest of the country, and as we keep you up to speed with regards to news coming to the fore as the country mourns the late president. So it's 21 days of national mourning in Zambia. Today is a state funeral held in honor of the late founding father, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, who died on the 17th of June 2021. My name is Brian Mulamba. Stay with us here on ZNBC TV as we bring to you every detail coming from the Kenneth Kaunda International Airport.
To somebody who has taught you everything good about yourself. From loving every human being to respecting all the creatures and plants that God has created on this earth. The man was full of life, peace, love, and happiness, and that is what I will definitely remember him for, and it's an invaluable gift that I will cherish forever, and for that we'll love you and try to emulate you as much as possible. Go well, Shikulu.
Shikulu, you are not only my grandfather, but a father. You took me in at a tender age of 5 after my father died, until the day I got married. My ride to church with you on my wedding day was one of the most memorable days of my life. I remember laughing so hard. We held hands. I cried. I also remember teasing you about how I never had to rush back home and have dinner with you. It was such an amazing ride. You are an angel on earth, Shikulu. People like you don't come by every day. You're an amazing soul. Thank you for teaching me everything you taught me. Thank you for making me the person that I am today. Most importantly, thank you for teaching me one of the greatest virtues of life, that is a love for humanity. I will miss you, Shikulu. You will be sorely missed. Rest well, my angel. May your soul rest in eternal peace. I love you.
My granddad was a special human being. just for what he did for the entire country. His impact and just getting independence, being the founding father during the time he was in, he was just special. And he loved each grandchild unconditionally. He loved everyone. He was just such a caring man and a special human being that should never be forgotten for what he's done. We carry his name, we carry his legacy, and we have to carry the torch. But he will be loved and missed by all of us, the time he spent. And from me, it's such a sad loss for the whole nation, and he'll be truly missed, and we love him so much.
Before COVID, me and my mother would always visit his house with ice cream and sweets. He was so grateful for his family that whenever one of us walked in the room, he would have had the brightest smile on his face. When I was younger, me and my mother used to stay with him, and there was never a moment that I didn't get to see him. I'm so grateful to have spent a good 13 years of my life with you. The best moments I've ever had with you was when we took a trip to Zambia with our family. You told me stories at the dinner table, we laughed, you told me about sports. I'll never forget those moments. I remember when we were on the river, and you told me how to spot hippos with the binoculars. You died on June 17th, 2021, which is also my birthday. And that would be the worst and best day of our lives. Because I will have something to mourn and you have something to celebrate. Thank you for the best 13 years of my life, Shukulu.
Just like to say that my grandfather was an amazing man, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. And his legacy will be forever remembered internationally. And we truly, truly feel blessed to have him as long as we did have him. And to us, he's just a grandfather, but to the world, he's something else, something more. He's done so much for so many people, for so many nations, and he loved helping people. He was the people's person. We just want to say that we'll forever miss you, and in loving memory, we'll never ever let your legacy go. We're truly blessed, and we're truly thankful. We love you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mutinke Betty Banda. Firstly, I'd like to thank all of you for your love and support that you've shown our whole family during this difficult time. I'd like to just say that life will not be the same without my grandfather. There's a huge hole in my heart, and a part of me is definitely missing. I last saw him literally about 2 months ago, or a month and a half ago, and he was so happy. He was eating, he was laughing, he was joking. He was the happiest man ever. But I can tell you now that where he is in heaven, looking down on all of us, he's still smiling the same way he was on that day. And I want to let you guys all know that he was the greatest man that I've ever come across in this world. So that's my tribute.
So, the day you've been dreading has finally arrived, and honestly, it still feels so surreal. Like, you'll wake up at any moment and we'll hear his hearty laugh or see his cheeky smile, but I believe this was Grandma's doing. I believe she called him home, so I know he's up there, feeding her cake, playing the guitar, singing Pagan Moon to her, and resting, finally resting. I would love to thank him for all the memories that he gave me that I will cherish until the end of my days. The laughs we shared, our arguments over football, the lessons he taught me, and the bond that we had. He was a once-in-a-lifetime giant of a man. And I want to thank him for playing a major role in shaping the man that I am today. So as we move forward, I promise to honor his legacy and make him proud. Until we meet again, rest well, Granddad. Give Grandma a hug from me. Goodbye.
tributes there from our founding president's grandchildren. And before that, we took you to Kenneth Kaunda International Airport, where we were witnessing the arrival of the Zimbabwean president. And as our reporter stationed at the airport did mention, there will be more arrivals, and we, as and when the plane touches down, we'll be cutting to Kenneth Kaunda International Airport. I'm still here with Mrs. Hope Kumalo, National Coordinator, Road Safety Trust Fund. We were talking about how Dr. Kaunda was hands-on on everything that you tasked him to do, and the fact that he really had a passion for safety on our roads. There was actually a time that people were agitating in the country that probably the numbers of road carnage could be drastically reduced if we had an age limit in terms of who drives public service vehicles like school buses and buses that just ferry people from one district or one province to the other. What's your comment to that? Please go ahead. And as you can see, we have an arrival at the Lusaka Kenneth Kaunda International Airport. Yeah. Live TV is like that, you know, you can't plan you can't plan back to back. Anything can happen at any time. Brian, are you ready there?
Hello and welcome. Live broadcast. We are coming to you live from the KENNETH International Airport here in Lusaka, as we witness the arrival of various heads of state who have come to attend the state funeral of the late founding father of Zambia, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, who died on the 17th of June 2021. Earlier on, we did interest you to the arrival of the president of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emmerson Mnangagwa, but just about now, it's the arrival of the president of Botswana, Mokgweetsi Masisi, who does, touch down. His plane did touch down at 8:53. Obviously, again, lots of interested parties as far as different stakeholders are concerned here at the KENNETH International Airport. The media is extremely ready to capture every moment when it comes to the arrival of the various heads of state. Also, Botswana does come to this state funeral just to indicate the fact that they are mourning with Zambia, in as far as mourning the late founding father of Zambia, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, will be put to rest on the 7th of July 2021. Again, it just tells you how the life of this great man touched so many on the continent and of course across the globe. Botswana is not remaining behind when it comes to offer the comfort to the people of Zambia who are mourning the great treasure in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, whose death has really broken the nation. Many would have loved him to go on and on because of the pride that he brought to this great country. Even in his death, well, many Zambians still regard him and hold him in extremely high esteem because of his contribution to the liberation struggle of this country, but also his contribution to uniting Zambia cannot go unnoticed. It's extremely hard to separate that from the life of KK. So when you begin to tell the story of his life on earth and as president of Zambia, as a Zambian, you will obviously need to mention that that aspect of his life, because that is a huge chunk of his narrative, Dr. KK, and it tells you why, like we mentioned earlier on, various heads of states have put their activities in terms of their duties as presidents in their respective countries. They've reserved some time, some moment to come and mourn with the people of Zambia, to mourn the death of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. So as you can see in the background, the president of Botswana is just disembarking from the aircraft. His Excellency Mokgweetsi Masisi. is going to be received by Deputy Secretary to Cabinet, Mr. Patrick Kangwa, and Foreign Affairs PS Charwe Lombe. The two will be representing government here at the KK International Airport, in receiving the various heads of state. So we also expect the arrival of the President of South Africa, to come and attend the state funeral. Him also be arriving any time from now. The President of Namibia as well is scheduled to arrive any minute from now. I guess just after the aircraft which has brought the President of Botswana leaves this point, we shall be expecting to receive the President of Namibia also just to come and join the country in mourning the late founding father. From here, the heads of state to be making their way to the showgrounds, which is the event for the main event, so to speak, the state funeral of the late founding father. There'll be a virtue body viewing taking place at the showgrounds this morning. So as you can see in your picture, the arrival of the President of Botswana, His Excellency Mokwetsi Masisi, and the army on hand just to give a few drills to acknowledge the presence and the appreciation for the presence of His Excellency Masisi, President of Botswana. He's in the company, like I mentioned earlier on, the company of the Deputy Secretary to Cabinet, Mr. Patrick Kangwa, and the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Charwe Lombe, representing the government of Zambia in welcoming, the President of Botswana. The media, as you can see in front of you here, lots of interest, trying to get the best shot of the President of Botswana as we continue to tell the story here at the Kenneth Kaunda Airport. So you do want to stay with us here on ZNBC TV national broadcaster, because we'll be interesting you to the arrivals of the many heads of states who are scheduled to arrive here at the Kenneth Kaunda International Airport. So we urge you to stay with us once again on ZNBC TV. Don't forget also that we are going to bring to you live proceedings of activities, eventualities coming to the fore at the showgrounds, which is going to hold the main event, the state funeral, the virtual body viewing, also coming to you from the showgrounds, and your national broadcaster ZNBC TV is going to bring to you every important detail coming from the various venues that will account for the state funeral of the late founding father. My name is Brian Mulamba. Stay with us.
cross back to Kenneth Kaunda International Airport when we have more arrivals of the heads of state we are expecting. Before we did cross to International Airport for the arrival of the Botswana President, I was asking for a comment in terms of a minimum age for public service vehicle drivers, especially those that drive public service vehicles that ferry people from, between towns or provinces as well as school children.
Yes. So the age restriction has been set at 25. So only a person who's 25 and above is eligible to be issued a public service vehicle PSV license. This was after a lot of considerable discussion and consultation. It's a good thing because across the board, I think generally for almost every person, by the time they are reaching that age, they've matured enough. As a person, I was one of the voices that didn't quite agree with such a high age restriction, because I think personally for me, I think there's a saying which says charity begins at home, and I think age is also a number to an extent that if a person is an adult at 18, I think we've taught them what they need to know, and if we've raised them right, I think they will carry what we have taught them. And also because I believe that people need to be empowered, and I think that people need to be professionally grown into a skill for them to do it to the best of their ability. I was one of the people that thought that people could get a PSV license even at 20, because the law allows them to get a license at 18. And then the law also says a person must hold a driving license for not less than 2 years before they can apply for a PSV license. So for me, I was one of the people that thought even at 20, we can have those that exhibit the right qualities that they need to exhibit, and those that go through. One of the key things as a driver trainer myself that I believe is that one of the main reasons why we're having so many road traffic accidents is because we have people who are driving that don't have the right information, adequate right information. So you find that a person who just knows how to handle the car will drive the car. He's very good practically. But is that practical competence, also supported by his knowledge of what is recommended as the safe way of handling that vehicle, first of all, and also of dealing with the road and the rules of the road? Do they understand that? So I think for me that I am still an advocate to say we form laws, and laws can be reformed. That if there's room, I think that it would be good to involve a person at a younger age to join this field. As they reach 25, they've matured, they've gained experience, and they are safe. And maybe we could have even junior, like maybe probationary PSV licenses as we go along. Also, when we talk about youth empowerment, because we are looking at how can we empower a youth from an earlier age. So for me, if a youth has to wait until they are 25, what will they do between the time they get a license until they are 25? So these are the arguments which are still on the table that, are up for discussion. But as the law stands right now, it's 25. It's a good thing because usually by that time, almost everybody has fully matured. But I think that there are some younger people who have got a passion, and who, if they exhibit the right qualities and are taught the right information and they are able to comply, should be given a chance in the near future if we can open it up for debate a bit more.
Did Dr. Kaunda ever show or share with you his driving skills and techniques?
Unfortunately not. That's something that we never went into. Really, I think at that time he was at a stage in his life where everybody was trying to baby him. I don't think he ever drove for a long time. For the past few years after he retired, I don't really think that he even drove, because everybody wanted to take special care of him. I'm sure they never let him do that, because we never even talked about it. That's something that we really missed that we should have. But just to share two more quick things, because Dr. Kaunda inspired us so much because he said, our children are the greatest asset that we have, and any leader who has the interest of this country at heart should put the child first. So because of that counsel that he gave us, every time there was an issue, we just approached whoever we thought was in the most influential position. let's approach them and see how they support the road safety program for children. So one of the things in Chongwe, when they just did Great East Road and it extended over to Chongwe, there we had so many stories of the children that were being hit that would move from the other side of Chongwe to the left-hand side where the schools, the administration, and most of the... So we had so many cases of children being hit on the road. We approached Honorable Sylvia Masevo and we said, Honorable Masevo, she was the MP that time in that area, we want you to come to Chongo with us, and we go and paint some zebra crossings at the places where the children are using to cross the road. And for sure, she joined in, and we had a grand event. We went, we painted 3 pedestrian crossings, school children crossings. So that's something notable that I, because of, he just inspired to say, look at it, commit yourself, put yourself in it, and see who else can support this cause. But also, recently we did something with Honorable Given Lubinda, because Kawata also, after the roads were done in Kawata, it remains an area where the road traffic accidents are so high. And every time the children are crossing Bema Road and Chidumbulu to the schools that are across, there are so many incidences of accidents. So we also approached him 2019 to Sherry's Park. It was a very inspiring event. He spoke with the children. We actually have clips that at some point we thought we could come over here, and I know that you guys are doing a lot of road safety shows for children as ZNBC, even on radio. I've heard your programs on TV. We've always thought we could come and play that clip of Honorable Luvinda giving counsel to the children on the circuit at Sherry's Park, from his personal experience, talking to them about safety. It was a grand event, and for me, for us as people who have been involved in the road safety, we attribute all of these efforts to the inspiration that we received from Dr. Kaunda.
Yeah, and meeting Dr. Kaunda after he retired from politics, just then, how did you reconcile your memory of him as president at the time? Obviously, you were young, but yes, you could feel the Kaunda presence. And then much later on, you met him as just an ordinary human being, yeah?
Yes, definitely. And that's the thing. When I talked about how we went to his house in Sevo Road, we were so intimidated, like we were just thinking, Dr. Kaunda, because we know the authority he had. When we were in school in those days, when the president is visiting, the first time I ever saw him at a distance was I was at primary school in Chingola, and we used to line up. So we'd clean the whole town, and then we'd line up along the road. And some people condemn that, but for me, it just goes to show, because we were not even forced. Like, we all wanted to see this man because he was such an inspiration. And, we went and lined up and saw him with his white handkerchief, and it was awesome. And then now I was going to meet him. Okay, he was no longer president, but for me still, I think it's not your position that gives you the influence that you have, or your character. I think for me, his character was, he had it as president, even out of State House, he had this presence. So we were quite in awe. And we were very nervous about how we would deal with it. But he's such a person that is so humble, and he comes down to the level. 1 minute he'll be at the level of the child and making the children laugh, and the next minute he'll be speaking with the Queen of England, and he fits in that role. So he just brought himself to our level, and we spoke and we interacted. He was so free, and his memory was also amazing, because he would meet you. For us, he met us. Once, the next time we went there, he remembered us. Okay, of course, I'm sure they told him the diary, but he remembered you as a person, and that always touched me, It always touched me. Every time we would meet, he would say, yes, our good lady was working with the children on road safety, and we would share with him what we brought, and he would give us his counsel, and he was amazing.
Yeah. As we let you go, what would be your message to the Kaunda family as they're watching?
Yes, okay, my message to the Kaunda family is that, the late founding father had this immense faith in God, and everything he did, I think it stemmed from his faith in God. So the first thing I want to say to the family is that the faith that he had in God is the faith that you must keep, and it's the faith that you must accept, to say God has taken him. It's the life is in God's hand, and it's at his time that he's going to take us to be with him. So the first thing I would appeal to them is accept God's will, that Dr. Kaunda has been taken to be with him in heaven. He has left us a legacy, and he has left them a legacy which they need to carry forward. We really need the life of the founding father, his legacy to be carried forward, and of course all of us, because I think Dr. Kaunda was not just a father and a grandfather to his actual family, he was a father and grandfather to all of us. But I think as the first family, as his immediate family, I think the onus is a lot more on them to carry his torch, to take forward his legacy of faith in God, of loving your neighbor as you love yourself, of being passionate about whatever you do, and being fully committed to a cause that God calls you to implement. So I would want to encourage them in their different areas of professionalism, social lives, to emulate him and to keep giving us the hope that he gave to all of us whilst he was still alive.
All right. And the Road Safety Trust Fund, how would you carry on his legacy?
And yes, and for the Road Safety Trust Fund, we'll carry on the legacy of Dr. Kaunda by always picking up on best practices that we believe will be able to help us keep our children safe on the road, picking them up and advocating for them to the best of our ability, and also to remember that as usual, the faith in God is what will help us to achieve our goals. So we need to remember him and the faith he had in God, to put all our programs in God's hands, but also again, as the advice to the Kaunda family, to keep being passionate about what we do and to have full commitment to everything we do, and we will see the fruits of our labor. We will see children being safer on the road for his legacy to live on.
Thank you so much for making time this very early morning to come and pay your respects through the memories that you shared with Dr. Kaunda.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day and greet your daughter.
Thank you so much. Thank you
We're
so
speaking
much.
to Mrs. Hope Kumalo, National Coordinator, Road Safety Trust Fund. And as we continue remembering and honoring the memory of our first Republican President, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, we'll have more memories that people from various sectors shared with us on or from our archives.
Africa will never be the same without you. Conscious change, we celebrate your life. We celebrate your life. We celebrate your Super life. King. We celebrate your Super life. King. We celebrate your Super King. We celebrate your life. Ayo, ayo, oh, Super King. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Ayo, ayo, our hero. Ayo, ayo, oh, Super King. Ayo, ayo, We celebrate your life. We celebrate your life. We celebrate your Super King. We celebrate your life. We celebrate your Super King. We celebrate your life. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Ayo, ayo, our hero. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Ayo, ayo, our daddy. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Ayo, ayo, our hero. Ayo, ayo. We celebrate your life. 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 Super King. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Super King. Super King. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Super King. Super King. Ayo, ayo, Africa will never be the same without you. Conscious change. We celebrate your life. We celebrate your life. We celebrate your Super King. We celebrate your life. We celebrate your Super King. We celebrate your life. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Ayo, ayo, our hero. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Ayo, ayo, our daddy. Ayo, ayo, Super King. Ayo, ayo, our hero. Ayo,
You're watching pictures broadcasting from the showgrounds in Lusaka, where we have our crew on standby there. As you can see on picture, the head of state, His Excellency Edgar Chagwa Lungu, has arrived to be part of the state funeral that we are actually hosting as a country.
That is His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, accompanied by the First Lady, Mama Esther Lungu. Shall we be seated? I don't want to see him here. Mrs. Lelanda, could you just proceed?
Every day I see your face like a prayer. I pray each day that my heart will be whole and my mind will be filled and my life be renewed by Him with His arms open wide. see it in my mind. He's there, just waiting for me. I run, I walk, I swim through the sea. I fly like a
You're watching live
bird,
pictures
like an
from the
eagle,
Kenneth Kaunda International Airport there.
into his arms.
And back in the horizon, you can see the aircraft that is just taxiing on the runway, seemingly from the flag. It could possibly be the Namibian air carrier that is carrying the president of Namibia, who has come to pay his last respects to our founding president, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. The music playing under is from the showgrounds where the state funeral is currently underway. And we did see on picture the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, as host of this state funeral. We're expecting more arrivals of foreign dignitaries who are going to be part of the state funeral here in Lusaka at the showgrounds.
Like a bird, like an eagle with the wings, and I fly into his arms, deep down inside, and I fly into his arms. He's the river of life. I fly over rivers. I swim through the ocean sea. I'm overflowing in me with all the thoughts of deep inside of you. A river, yeah, 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 yeah. I swim through the ocean, I swim through the sea, to my destiny, the place where I wanna be, safe in his arms tonight. He is the river of life. He is the river of life. He is the river of life.
Thank you, Mrs. Landa. Ruben, please take stage.
just so you can follow the process.
If my people
Welcome. Just in case you're just joining us, you are watching live pictures from the KK International Airport as we bring to you live proceedings of the arrivals of the various heads of state who have come to witness the state funeral, to come and mourn with Zambia. Today has been declared a non-working day for the country because this is the day that has been set aside for the state funeral of the late founding father. Just about now, as you can see in the background, it's the arrival of the president of Namibia, His Excellency Hage Geingob, who has come to join the rest of the heads of state from across the beautiful African continent, and other dignitaries who have come to take part in comforting Zambia as the country mourns the demise of the first Republican president, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, who died on the 17th of June and will be put to rest on the 7th of July, next week on Wednesday, to be precise. And ZNBC TV, national broadcaster, remains dedicated to bringing to the proceedings of the funeral of the late founding father. And we will ensure that you are not left behind. You're kept, abreast with what's happening when it comes to the latest with regards to the demise of the late founding father. We also can see from my end here the plane, the aircraft carrying, I want to believe, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, also here to offer comfort to the country as we mourn the late first Republican president, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda.
amalungo twapela amalungo twapela amalungo twapela amalungo twapela Panturi mwekata ayo malumbo tata iye ayo malumbo tata iye ayo malumbo fue ngomba kwa kushishwewo ngomba iye iye ayo malumbo tata iye ayo malumbo tata iye ayo malumbo fue ngomba Twamikunkwila, 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 twamikunkwila yawe timba milonga
Hello. Welcome back again to the Kenneth Kaunda International Airport, where we bring to you live pictures of the arrival of the various heads of state who are here to be part of the state funeral that has been, accorded to the late founding father, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, by the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency President Edgar Chagwa Lungu. Earlier on, we did, witness the arrival of the President of Namibia, Hage Gingumbo, who obviously touched down earlier on and was welcomed by Deputy Secretary to Cabinet, Mr. Kangwa, who was also in the company of PS in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Chalwe Lombe. And just about now, as you can see in the background, it's the arrival of the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, who is here to join the rest of the delegates and the heads of state who have already arrived. First to arrive this morning here at the KENNETH International Airport was the President of Malawi, His Excellency Lazarus Chakwera, who did also register his attendance by arriving in the morning. His plane did touch down here at KENNETH International Airport at around 7:50, and thereafter we did witness the arrival of the President of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa. Before that, we did, like I mentioned earlier on, witness the arrival of the President of Malawi, and also we wait the arrival of the President of Mozambique, Filipe Nyusi, just to come and join the rest of the heads of state who've already have registered their attendance. They're already in Zambia, as a matter of fact. Some of them gathered, if not all of them, gathered right now at the showgrounds, where the main event is taking place. That event also will be live on ZNBC TV national broadcaster, as we will witness the virtual body viewing of the late founding father, with a number of heads of state gathered there to pay their last respect to a man who will go down as one of the greatest Pan-Africanists this earth has come to know. Dr. Kaunda, who served the country diligently. As a matter of fact, some are saying he served humanity diligently because he was a champion of humanism. And South Africa will obviously continue to reserve a very special place when it comes to their hearts for the late founding father of Zambia, because he had a huge hand in the independence of that country. The freedom fighters that were involved in the liberation struggle for South Africa, some of them actually did come to seek refuge in this country. So South Africa, a very special friend to Zambia, and there in your picture is the President of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, just making his way here at the Kenneth Kaunda International Airport. From here, he will proceed to join the rest of the heads of state who have arrived, the likes of the Malawi President, Mr. Lazarus Chakwera, who gathered at the showgrounds to take part in the main event, the state funeral that the President of Zambia, His Excellency President Chagolungu, has accorded the late founding father. So stay with us as we continue to bring you live pictures of the arrivals of the many heads of state that are coming to mourn with Zambia, as Zambia mourns the demise of the founding father.
Ngana mona ukomwamfumia nefintu fyonse mwanchitila Bemba wakashika mwapatula impofu mwaposha abafwa mwaimya ngafishi finga kosa kuchiso chenu na lelo linde ni mwende ita shami twishike bayawe shami twishike bayawe
With prayers and fond memories, Zisclife PLC sends its message of condolences to the family of the first Republican president and the entire nation of Zambia on the loss of His Excellency Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, Zambia's first Republican president. We celebrate the life of a patriot and hold dearly in our hearts memories of his legacy, love for country, its people, and the continent. As we honor our founding father, we will remember that we are one Zambia, one nation.
Zisk Life, securing you all the way.
As you wave me goodbye, we shed cheer, not a tear, make it gay. Oh, give me a smile I can keep in my heart for a while, far away, till we meet.
Local and international mourners have been taking their places here in the Lusaka Showgrounds, where the state funeral for the late first Republican president, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, is scheduled to take place. A somber, sad occasion is expected in here, and it's a very, very restricted event, which has invited mourners in as far as being part of the occasion here is concerned. And this is all meant to give Dr. Kaunda that respectable funeral, and the public being asked to follow proceedings virtually. Now, this is going to be led by His Excellency the President, Dr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, as he leads senior government and party officials to welcome foreign dignitaries, foreign presidents who traveled or are traveling to be part of this occasion here. And clearly this is a huge occasion which has and commands the highest military honors. And in effect, this is a military funeral. This is a funeral for the first Commander-in-Chief of independent Zambia, Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda. And you can expect the full military display in as far as what is supposed to be given and demonstrated for Dr. Kaunda is concerned. It is expected that there will be a 21-gun salute by the Zambia Army troop, and it is accorded, it is the highest honor for a fallen hero. A guard of honor will be mounted by the Zambia Army, 2nd Battalion, the Zambia Regiment, and you can expect a fly past by the Zambia Air Force and L-15 aircraft to be used in that regard. And if you will be able to, you will notice that what will happen with the flight past will be a 3 aircraft formation, or VIC formation as the military call it, using the L-15 fighter aircraft. Now, generally, we have all seen the body of Dr. Kaunda being carried to all parts of the country by the funeral party, which comprises staff surgeons, but in effect, it is a brigadier generals that are the pallbearers, and they're from all services. That includes the Zambia National Service, the Zambia Army, and the Zambia Air Force. You've been witnessing, you've seen the respect that Dr. Kaunda has received in that regard, with gun carriage being used to carry the casket of Dr. Kaunda. The carriage, which is a Howitzer 105, is an artillery carriage, as it were. Now, this is a part of tradition that predates way back to 1805, and it would in those days be pulled by horses, but of course the tradition has been carried over, and today it is a mark of respect for a fallen hero, a man of Dr. Kaunda's stature, who has attracted, in as far as this particular sad news is concerned, the attention of international leaders. As a founding father, or one of the founding fathers of the Organization of African Unity, to that respect, part of the program does suggest that there will be the AU anthem, the SADC anthem, of course, in addition to the Zambia national anthem. So, again, very restricted occasion, only limited numbers here, and the rest being asked to follow Dr. Kaunda's funeral proceedings by television. And we'll keep you updated for anything else that breaks.
The cortege carrying...
Welcome back to the KK International Airport, where we are, bringing to live proceedings, live coverage of the arrival of the various heads of state. Earlier on, we did, interest you to the arrival of the President of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa. Pardon me for the mix-up in the, in the earlier, broadcast where I referred to him as the President of Zambia. He's the President of South Africa. His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa arrived earlier on here to take part in the state funeral of the late founding father. Just about now, in the background, we can see the plane which is just landed, carrying the President of Mozambique, Filipe Nyusi, who comes here to join the rest of the heads of state who've gathered in Zambia to come and comfort Zambia, to come and take part and be part of the state funeral that has been accorded to the late founding father, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, who died on the 17th of June, this year, and will be put to rest on the 7th of July next week on Wednesday. Mozambique showing that they too are mourning. They join Zambia in mourning the death of a great man, one who will go down in the books of history as one of the greatest men to have ever walked this earth. And so President Nyusi there, just getting onto his car. From here, he will then, be driven to the showgrounds where the main event is taking place there. We shall witness the virtue, body viewing of, the late, founding father, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. So earlier on, we did see the arrival of, Lazarus Chakwera, the president of Malawi, and then we had president of Zimbabwe, Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa, and then we did witness the arrival of President of Namibia, Mr. Hage Gingombe, and then we also did earlier on witness the arrival of the President of South Africa, His Excellency, Cyril Ramaphosa. We also did witness the arrival of the President of Botswana, Mokwetsi Masisi, also earlier on in the day. So the live broadcast continues from the KK International Airport. As you can see, the army is, doing their drills as we welcome the various heads of state who have come here to join Zambia in mourning the death of the late founding father, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, who died on the 17th of June 2021 and will be put to rest next week on Wednesday, the 7th of July.
Amalungo twapela amalungo twapela amalungo twapela
check, check. So.
Kenneth Muke, General Muke.
On your screen there are pictures from the state funeral that we are hosting at the showgrounds. You could see the funeral cortege of the first Republican President, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, there. His casket mounted on a gun carrier. Military personnel standing guard as the casket was being driven in. Scores of people that have been allowed to be part of the state funeral were waving the Kenneth Kaunda white handkerchief there on your screen, as you can see. the white handkerchief was an indelible part of history of our founding president. Among other things, according to him, it signified peace. The head of state, Dr. Edgar Chagwa, already in attendance at the showgrounds and leading foreign dignitaries, members of the diplomatic corps, as well as government officials in paying their last respects to our founding president. Almost all the SADC countries are represented as they have sent dignitaries, either the presidents attending or prime ministers or high-ranking government officials, to come and stand in solidarity with Zambia at this very trying time.
Eloi, 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 lama sabachthani. Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. Eloi, Lama Sawa Katani.
We celebrate the life of our founding father of the Republic of Zambia. It is the morning, but we are celebrating his life for being a strong and courageous man who gave his life to serve Mother Zambia, to fight for the freedom we are celebrating today. No wonder we are holding the white handkerchief in our hands to symbolize the appreciation that we give to him today. May the good Lord remember him, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Peace forever in Zambia, and may the blessing of the Lord reign forever. Yeah. Ah, Shisuke, Shisuke, Inunusheni. Shisuke, Shisuke, Pachalo Ches. Shisuke, Shisuke, Inunusheni. Shisuke, Shisuke, Shisuke. Celebrate the life of the hero. He was a hero, and forever will be a hero. Once a brother went on to salute and Kulande. Show the world that we celebrate his life. Who always remember Dr. Kaunda. Hallelujah. Umwewa kwa tata taulika mulimwe yawe. Umwewa bakeke taulika mulimwe yawe. Umwewa kwa Kaunda taulika mulimwe yawe. Lale ni muchibote tata. Lale ni muchibote. Lale ni muchibote. Lale ni muchibote. Umwewa kwa keke taulika mulimwe yawe. Umwewa kwa Kaunda taulika mulimwe yawe. Lale ni muchibote. Wempalume ya chalo. Lale ni muchibote. Wempalume ya chalo. Tatwa kalabe ifyo mwasi Kaunda mbali Zambia. Tatwa kalabe ifyo mwachi takeke imwe mbali Zambia. Wasosele one Zambia, one nation. Tatwa kalabe tukala imusha yose. Tukekalawa ikatana. Tukatemwa na yose. Ichalo chile tikeke waya. Zambia yose ile tikeke wesu waya. Lelo ife tuletila. Awe tatwa kalabe. Lelo ife tuletila. Awe tatwa kalabe. Ah, Shisuke. Shisuke inunusheni. Shisuke. Shisuke. Shisuke yawe. Shisuke inunusheni. Shisuke inunusheni. Shisuke inunusheni. Shisuke pachalo ches. Shisuke inunusheni. Shisuke. the life of the hero. Abaume Tabasa kamene tobale pitamo Namu twafumwa Antibale chulile chalo chabo. Joseph Walanda Parizambia, Joseph Washika Parizambia, Namacheni Bakakile, Wakakula. Joseph Walanda Parizambia, Joseph Washika Parizambia, Namacheni Bakakile, Wakakula. Nenditi Kubati File, Twafunyako. Nenditi Kubati File, Twafunyako. Yo yo yo, Shisuke Yulushenu, Shisuke Pachalo Chesu, Shisuke Yulushenu, Shisuke Pachalo Chesu. Wayabushavena Izuleli, Wabukabemba Wakashika, Iwelesa Shaka Shaka, Twasukeniko. Wayabushavena Izuleli, Wabukabemba Wakashika, Iwelesa Shaka Shaka, Twasukeniko. Wayabushavena Izuleli, Wabukabemba Wakashika, Iwelesa Shaka Shaka, Twasukeniko. Wawafundisha Lazalo kuwafa, wasosela kashiwila za lwabuka, Kove somsa pochimo bali Zambia tukweniko. Yesu Kristu muningi, ishikushita twafumamo, Anilide kumulweko hawa tukweniko. Wewe sendele anisha mungela, Iwelesa wekafwa, sasa kwa kechi molesa wesu tukweniko. Yawe Shisuke Itulushenu, Shisuke Pachalo Chesu, Shisuke Itulushenu, Shisuke Pachalo Chesu, Shisuke Itulushenu, Shisuke Pachalo Chesu. One, two. Hallelujah.
Thank you, Defense and Security Choir. Can we have Ephraim? Quickly, Ephraim.
You're watching live pictures coming from the showgrounds in Lusaka. It is the state funeral of the first late Republican President, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. And it is a hugely restricted, sad occasion that, again, has had to see international figures coming to the country, arrivals that you've seen on your national broadcaster. It certainly just does speak to the way Dr. Kaunda has touched lives on the continent and of course across the world. In that case, and as far as that is concerned, it's a loss that everybody will be able to tell with the passing on of Dr. Kaunda. And he will be given full military honors or respect in as far as him being a fallen hero, gun salute which will be fired in honor of his dignity, his contribution to the country, said to have had the military as one of his favorites in as far as that sector of the country is concerned, Dr. Kaunda. And like you have heard and seen, there will be a full guard of honor, and it's the 2nd Battalion of Infantry Brigade of the Zambian Army to conduct it. In the meantime, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, is already here and has been receiving the visiting presidents. He's leading the mourners in this very sad moment. Artists, musicians have been contributing as well on their part to add on to the comforting of mourners who gathered in the Lusaka showgrounds, and they have been on it from the time the gates were open at in the Lusaka showgrounds, taking turns in leading mourners in comfort. We've heard from many of them. Saw Ephraim earlier on, Moreni Landa, and the combined choir of the security and defense, and they've been contributing effectively to this particular somber moment. So the highest respect being given to Dr. Kaunda, whose body was brought in or driven in moments earlier. A flight past is expected, and it will be also usually performed in honor of fallen heroes. And musicians also, in their songs, a lot of them have had to craft new ones where Dr. Kaunda is being remembered for all that he did for the country. And remember, it's a restricted occasion, so the public being asked to follow the proceedings via television as the day for burial draws closer and closer. For Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, it was only a couple of days ago, a month and some days, when Zambians were celebrating his 97th birthday on the 28th of April. And little did people know that that would be the last of birthday celebrations for Dr. Kaunda, a politician who continues to be an inspiration for many other aspiring leaders, those that want to be like him, his passion that he had for the country, his leadership qualities that have been appealing and spoken about far and wide. Today, his body in front of everybody, and to be specific, in the Lusaka Showgrounds, where the state funeral is being held.
Nokuboko kwenu, ati nokuboko kwenu, chine walimpala. Nokuboko kwenu, chine walimpala. Umutima wandi yawe, ulefwaya imwe. Kukawila kwa mweo wandi, kwikala muche nechenu, echelaka cha mweo wandi, kumonechi sochenu vayawe. Demi fue Soshalo vile Demika Bida Kanavesa I need you more, oh, oh, more. I need you more, oh, oh, more. Umutima wandi yawe, umutima wandi yawe, ulefwaya imwe, ukabila kwa mweo, kwikala mute, echilaka cha mweo, kumone chiso chenu, by away. Oh, tell me fire, tell me fire. Let's so shall we live, let's so shall we live. Tell me come in love, tell me come in love. Canavesa, Canavesa. I need you more. Jesus, tell him I need you more. I need you more. Umweo andi yawe, umweo andi yawe. Naubika muliwe. Amakayandi tata. Nayapela kuliwe. Umweo wandi naubika muliwe. Amakayandi tata. Nayapela kuliwe. Fire away. Oh, fire away. Fire away.
Dr. Kaunda, first Republican president of the country, and sooner rather than later, the whole program will now move on. We'll soon be moving to the next stage, but of course you'll be able to see that very shortly. The youngest of 8 children attending teaching, taking up teaching as a course and ending up as a president. Of course, you recall that this was a man who grew up in a home of a missionary, a minister and teacher who had left Malawi in 1904. And you may appreciate that Dr. Kaunda's mother was the first African woman to teach in colonial Zambia. So much rich history in that regard for Dr. Kaunda, who in his early days, in his quest to see freedom be attained for the country, would take up politics and push for the liberation of Zambia. But beyond that, he could not sit and look at how other countries were not taking up or being independent. At some point, he did take up the profession of being a teacher, and would later resign to take up politics instead.
Amama zesila kale kale ine mtima umawawa nikakumbuka vozivitisia ise ni maewa kumiona posotine ni mafuna kumiwesha mweo etisia ni nungolila neo mawe ine mtima umawama nikakumbuka mwetezo sowelela ni maewa kumiona posotine ni mafuna kumiwesha mweo lelo mpambu nilibe zomi bweza dati Ikomani chimozi ningachite nikupempeza kwa mulungu nilila
basunge muchibote.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very shortly we shall commence the procession.
So an announcement has been made that very shortly the procession will begin, and the book of condolence earlier on you were seeing visiting presidents signing them, including Uhuru Kenyatta of Kenya. This does mean that there will be very, very restricted movement at the moment. No one is expected to move anyhow. It's down to what is very organized and somber. The moment of reflection as Dr. Kaunda is remembered in a very highly dignified manner. A man who was selfless and whose memories here reflect nothing but humility, and many of the leaders here, the serving and former leaders, will look at how they too can emulate Dr. Kaunda, who was a friend of the continent, so to speak, a friend of the people from every part of the continent that sought to be free from all influence that was regarded as foreign or colonial. Dr. Kaunda was not afraid to put up his own life, to endanger his own life for the sake of achieving peace for others. He allowed several African liberation organizations, including ZAPU and ZANU of then Rhodesia, the African National Congress, as an example, to set up headquarters here in Zambia. So that being recognized here, the Dr. Kaunda was a friend to many of these organizations. You recall his close relationship to South African veterans of the liberation movement, such as Oliver Tambo, Walter Sisulu, Chris Hani, and others, maintaining those relationships and support for liberation of those particular countries, especially if you look at what happened in his quest to fight apartheid. So that was at the expense, of course, of Zambia's economic fortunes in many areas. So he decided to extend his influence to that beyond the border level. So it is no surprise that today he's being mourned by the whole world, by the whole continent as a founding father of the Organization of African Unity. So much has been said in that regard. Dr. Kaunda would go on to retire from politics, and he still remained to contribute to the well-being of Zambia as a people. He had special place for young people, for children. He set up his Kenneth Kaunda Children's Foundation. He put a lot of energy in the fight against the spread of HIV and AIDS. He would go on to receive the 2007 Ubuntu Award whose aim was to recognize organizations or individuals who, through excellence or innovation, creativity, patriotism, had distinguished themselves as true ambassadors of South Africa. And Dr. Kaunda being seen and recognized as being among persons with such attribute. You recall the founding of the Kenneth Kaunda Peace Foundation. He believed in it, and it has been said in many ways how that peace was actualized in more ways than one. And everybody has heard how during the provincial public viewing programs, that message of what he so much wanted being repeatedly emphasized to the current Zambian population, which largely comprises of young people, to detest violence and to embrace peace. And so his body should be seen as such, a symbol of peace, and not just to those who reside in Zambia by virtue of being citizens or just resident, but to everybody else that is following this particular broadcast, which, by the way, is being beamed in many countries around the world as they try and see for themselves the last respects that are being accorded to Dr. Kaunda.
The health guidelines, especially masking up and social distancing at all times.
A man who would get involved in the fight for Pan-African freedom movement for East, Central, and Southern Africa in that continental role in about 1963 when he got that particular involvement. And Dr. Kaunda, after independence, wanted to make sure that many Zambians got educated, because he foresaw a country which was being driven, whose economy would be driven by its people, by the Zambian people. By 1966, when the University of Zambia was opened, Dr. Kaunda was appointed its chancellor. He would influence beyond Zambia, and today that influence can be seen by the response, by the coming to witness. His body this particular service, the procession, by international figures.
Go ahead, Miss Precious, go ahead.
Ayawe ebatalaliko mutima wanji bayawe ebatalaliko mutima wanji bayawe ebatalaliko mutima wanji bayawe
muumba wa vyote. Wewe ni Baba, wewe ni Baba muumba wa vyote. Wewe ni Baba, wewe ni Baba muumba wa vyote. Wewe ni Baba, wewe ni Baba muumba wa vyote. Baba wewe ni Baba, Baba wewe ni Baba muumba wa vyote. Baba wewe ni Baba, Baba wewe ni Baba muumba wa vyote. Chamakanda wanya, Yesu wewe ni Baba muumba wa vyote. Yo yo yo, yo yo yo.
It just seems like any time from now, the procession is going to start. The choir just being asked to wind down very quickly. It will be an indicator of the beginning of the official program here in the Lusaka Showgrounds.
The movements very shortly will be beginning the procession.
Master of the director of ceremonies there, just asking for restricted or minimizing of movements as the occasion, which is the state funeral of His Excellency Dr. Kaunda, gets underway.
Arrival of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, and the First Lady, Mrs. Esther Lungu. That is our Republican President and the First Lady. He will be followed by His Excellency Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, Azuea, Azuea, His Excellency Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta taking his seat. He will be followed by His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. His Excellency, the President of Namibia, is just taking his seat. He will be followed by His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, the President of the Republic of Mozambique and Chairperson of SADC. His Excellency Dr. Nana Akufo-Dankwa Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. He will be followed by His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. His Excellency Dr. Mnangagwa just walking towards his seat, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. He will be followed by His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. Yes, yes, yes. It's on Mozambique. No. This one. It doesn't come. Okay. His Excellency, the President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. He will be followed by His Excellency Dr. Eric Mogwise Masisi, the President of the Republic of Botswana. His Excellency Masisi will be followed by His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, the President of the Republic of Malawi. That is His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, shall be followed by His Excellency the Right Honorable Dr. Mokise Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Your Excellencies, you may be seated while we await the other dignitaries to come in. We may be seated, thank you. We await the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, representing Our Excellency Saul Hassan. His Excellency Kikwete will be followed by His Excellency Mr. Bonito de Sousa Beltazar Diego, Vice President of the Republic of Angola. We await the Vice President of the Republic of Angola. The Vice President of Angola will be followed by His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mohamed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. He will be followed by the Speaker of the People's Representative of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Mr. Tegesi. Be followed by Mr. Nikolai Salkovic, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia, who will be followed by His Excellency Mr. James Doddridge, Minister for Africa from the United Kingdom. We still await the arrivals. We await the representative from the Commonwealth. Her Excellency, Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth Secretariat. We still await the representative from COMESA. Your Excellencies, may I request that we be upstanding for the procession. Shall we commence the procession of the cortege to take its place? National. AU National Anthem. We remain upstanding.
The procession has begun, as has been announced, and Dr. Kaunda in his final state here. The full military honors to be given to Dr. Kaunda, a 21-gun salute to follow very shortly, in addition to a flight past. All this for a man who fought so hard for the liberation of Zambia. The last moments of Dr. Kaunda in his the sad moment of Zambia, saying goodbye to a legend, and they say legends never die. Dr. Kaunda will live on in the minds of many, many people through his works. His works keep him alive, and his works are very, very difficult to count. They are in all forms, not just for Zambia as a country, but for the continent, and it is all due to his sacrifice, all due to his dedication to duty, all due to a lot of work that he has put in. Today, getting full military honors, Guard of Honor mounted by the Zambia Army, 2nd Battalion of Zambia Regiment. And here, the funeral party, just making sure that all is in order before what could be part of the program here for international dignitaries to be able to come close and see his body, and the pallbearers in this particular occasion are brigadier generals from all services. Dr. Kaunda to be given the highest military honor of a 21-gun salute. And this goes back all the way back to established way back in 1842. It's a tradition that has carried on from then. And the gun salute fired in honor of presidents like Dr. Kaunda, ex-presidents, members of the royal family. Very high regard for Dr. Kaunda, whose works can be seen by what Zambia has today. The health facilities that were built, the education facilities, all in his quest to bring the standard of living for Zambia or Zambians to the very, very best. It was his effort, and leaving a template for others that came after him to continue building on that legacy as he laid a foundation after Zambia attained its independence in 1964.
Down. Left and right. Ha! March.
Very, very respectfully placed the body of Dr. Kaunda.
We allow the to reach their destination before we proceed.
So much well composed, well choreographed, well respected work by the military, who have done an excellent job, one befitting of the stature of Dr. Kaunda. So much respect that they have accorded to him. The first army commander in independent Zambia. Dr. Kaunda, if he's able to see what is going on in his honor, must be very proud of the military and the work and the respect that they have been exhibiting throughout this period.
Very shortly we shall witness the gun salute and the fly past. Parade Commander. While we remain outstanding, Your Excellencies, may I invite to the podium for an opening prayer Reverend Chayana Nkonde, St. Paul's Minister in charge of the United States of Zambia.
Shall we pray? Gracious Father in heaven, creator of the heavens and the earth and all that is in it, we bring glory and honor to you this morning as we are gathered, as we pay our respect to our late President, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. We acknowledge your sovereignty over this gathering. We acknowledge your sovereignty over this nation and the world at large. We pray that as we commence this, our program, you alone, you may have full preeminence. You alone, you may lead us by the power of your Spirit. And in this program, you alone receive all the praise and all the glory because you are worthy. It is to the glory and honor of your name we pray. Amen.
We may be seated, Your Excellencies. Your Excellency, Mr. Edgar Chagwalungu, the President of the Republic of Zambia and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Force, and the First Lady, Mrs. Esther Lungu, members of the Kaunda family, Your Excellencies, the foreign heads of state and government or their representatives, Your Excellency, Mr. Rupia Bwezan-Banda, Fourth Republican President of Zambia, and Mrs. Tandiwe Banda, the former Vice Presidents of the Republic of Zambia, the Secretary General of the Patriotic Front Party, Mr. Davis Mwila, the members of the Central Committee of the Patriotic Front Party, the Honorable Justice Dr. Patrick Matibini, State Counsel, Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Mr. Justice Michael Msonda, State Counsel, Acting Chief Justice, the Secretary to the Cabinet, Dr. Simon Kamwindo Miti, the former First Ladies, the leaders of various political parties, senior government officials, the service chiefs, members of the diplomatic corps, the gallant freedom fighters, their Royal Highnesses, our traditional leaders, the CEOs and captains of various industries, Your Grace Bishop Reverend Dr. Lordwell Siame, Lusaka Presbytery Bishop of the United Church of Zambia, the leaders of the church mother bodies, senior members of the clergy, members of the press, the people of Zambia, should I simply say fellow mourners. Today, Zambia, the African continent, and indeed the international community mourn the passing on of our beloved founding father of our nation and the first President of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. Kenneth David Buchizia Kaunda, who passed away on the 17th of June, 2021 at Minnesota Medical Center. We celebrate a life well lived, a reputation deservedly earned, a giant of freedom, an epitome of peace, an icon of liberation for the continent of Africa, and a God-fearing man. These are among the many attributes of Dr. Kenneth David Buchizia Kaunda. I am Brigadier General Apostle Vincent Mwenya, Chaplain General at Ministry of Defense, your Director of Programs, here at the showgrounds for the state funeral service in Lusaka. Before we go into the homily, allow me, Your Excellency, to just go through the list of world leaders and international organizations who have conveyed messages of condolences in memory of President Dr. Kenneth David Muchiza Kaunda. They are the following: His Holiness Pope Francis, head of the Catholic Church and sovereign of the Vatican City State, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth of the United Kingdom, His Excellency President Saul Lee Nisinto from Finland, His Excellency Paul Kagame of Rwanda, His Excellency President Mogwesi Masisi, who is here with us from Botswana, His Excellency the President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa, who is here with us, His Excellency President Sergio Mattarella of Italy, His Excellency President Xi Jinping of China, His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the President of Egypt, His Excellency President Lazarus Chakwera, who is here with us from Malawi, His Excellency President Mohammed Abbas, Chairman and Executive Committee of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, His Excellency President Hage Geingob from Namibia, who is with us, His Excellency the President Frank-Walter Steinmeier of Germany, His Excellency President Emerson Mnangagwa, President of Zimbabwe, who is here with us, His Excellency Prime Minister Majoro from Lesotho, who is here with us, His Excellency President Adel Amaji Toboni of Algeria, His Excellency Her Majesty King Salman Abdulaziz El Saudi of Saudi Arabia, Crown Prince, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz El Saudi, President Khalif bin Zayed El Nahyan of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency President Mr. Daniel Ortega Raverde of Nicaragua, His Excellency President Moles Zaman of Czech Republic, His Excellency former President of Mozambique and Chairperson of the Forum for Former African Heads of State and Government, the African Forum, His Excellency Joachim Chissano, His Majesty Sultan Hatma bin Freki Sultan of Oman, His Excellency Ms. Sahel Work Zwedi, President of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Dr. Angela Merkel, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, His Excellency Mr. Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Ivory Coast, His Highness Sheikh Tamani bin Hamad El Thani, Emir of the State of Qatar, His Excellency Abdullah Hamad Al Thani, Deputy Emir of the State of Qatar, His Excellency bin Khalif bin Al Aziz Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Interior of State of Qatar, Her Excellency Madame Haliman Yaqub, President of the Republic of Singapore, His Excellency Mohammed Buhari, the President of Nigeria, Her Excellency Mrs. Salom, the President of Georgia, Right Honorable Mr. Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Jamaica, Her Excellency Erna Solberg, Prime Minister of Norway, and the various international organizations are as follows: His Excellency Ambassador João Samuel Chaholo, Executive Secretary, International Conference on the Great Lakes region, His Excellency William Karu, Head of Secretariat, Africa Union Economic Social Culture Council, Mr. Warren Gunda, High Commissioner of the Republic of Malawi to Zambia, who is also the Dean and member of the Diplomatic Corps accredited to Zambia. Dr. Mihael Smith, Smart Partner Movement Joint Dialogue Convener. Dr. Sari Kapde, World Bank Country Manager for Zambia Eastern. Professor Liu Afang, Director Association, Peking University Center for African Studies. Mr. Tony Elumel, the Tony Elumel Foundation founder. Mr. Martin Scholz, head of the Frederick Eastern Stafpen, Germany. Mr. Victor Atipag, Chairman of Africa Scout, and Frederick Kama, Regional Director, World Organization of the Scout Movement. Your Excellency, those are the condolences that we have received. May I now request that the Chifwesa Poet Group from Chinsali to come and do their performance, if they are here. All right, let them stand down. We'll do it a later time. We'll recognize you later. May I now, Your Excellency, call to the podium for the homily His Grace Bishop Reverend Dr. Lordwell Siame, Lusaka Presbytery Bishop of the United Church of Zambia. Your Grace, the Bishop.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Dr. Edgar Chagwarungu, President of the Republic of Zambia, the Kaunda family, the heads of state present here, allow me to ride on the protocols already observed. Today's Bible reading will come from the Gospel according to Mark. We are reading from Mark chapter 12, verse 28 to 34. I commence the reading. One of the scribes came near and heard them disputing with one another. And seeing that he answered them well, he asked him, "Which commandment is the first of all?" Jesus answered, "The first is, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your mind, and with all your strength. The second is this: you shall love your neighbor as you love yourself. There is no other greater commandment than this." Then the scribe said to him, "You are right, teacher. You have truly said that he is the one, and besides him there is no other. And to love him with all the heart, and with all the understanding, and with all the strength. And to love one's neighbor as oneself. This is much more important than all burnt offerings and sacrifices." When Jesus saw that he answered wisely, he said to him, "You are not far from the kingdom of God." After that, no one dared to ask him any question. This is the word of the Lord. Fellow mourners, my brothers and sisters, I'm sure all of us who've listened to Dr. Kaunda before, we know that the scripture that we've read was his favorite scripture, which he quoted at every fola, and the scripture through which he encouraged all of us to love one another as we love ourselves. So therefore, I've entitled today's homily as loving your neighbor as you love yourself. From the passage that we've read, we see Jesus Christ immediately after the triumphal entry into Jerusalem. He took time to walk around the temple. As he was moving about the temple, he was approached by the chief priests, the scribes, and the temple elders. And the sole purpose of them going to Jesus Christ was to trap him so that he may make a mistake and they will have a reason to eliminate him. However, in today's scripture that we've read, we are introduced to a scribe whose purpose was not to trap Jesus, but he wanted to seek the truth. And I'm sure he wanted to seek the truth because it might have dawned in his mind that Jesus was not just an ordinary person and his teaching was not ordinary. Unlike the Pharisees and the Sadducees that we read in preceding chapters, who wanted to trap Jesus, this gentleman's question to Jesus Christ was asked with good intentions. Whilst others, like I have alluded to earlier, they asked in order to try and catch Jesus out. But this man's question was so genuine, and it was meant to glean out the truth out of the teachings that Jesus Christ taught. And Jesus, recognizing his intentions, he praised this man and he told him, indeed, you are not very far away from the kingdom of God because you have rightly quoted scripture to say, the greatest commandment that God has given to humanity is that you have to love your God with your soul, your mind, and all your strength, and above all, you have to love your neighbor as you love yourself. Personally, I notice that what Jesus says and what he talks about is the fact that there is no other commandment that is above any other commandment that God has given, apart from the commandment of loving another person as we love ourselves. In response, Jesus was reciting what we call a Shema of Israel, a prayer that any child in the Jewish culture was taught right from childhood, and they grew up reciting the same kind of prayer of loving God and at the same time loving humanity as any person loves themselves. And I'm meant to believe that even Jesus himself, having been a Jew, born from that culture, him also he repeatedly recited this kind of prayer. However, in recitation, I'm sure Jesus might have seen something wrong that went with people that recited this kind of prayer. Among them, the Pharisees and others, scribes, elders in the temple, and also those who were political elites then, who belonged to the Jewish culture. They would recite this Shema, recite this prayer, and at the end of the day, they never internalized the prayer and lived according to the prayer. Dr. Kaunda, being a son of a clergyman, one of the missionaries that pioneered the church we have, United Church of Zambia, him also having grown up in such kind of a home, I'm meant to believe that he was also catechized, he was taught, he was also shown that indeed the greatest commandment that you have to uphold at all times is that of loving God, and at the same time you love your neighbor as you love yourself. And for me, when you look at his life, you look at what he believed in, you look at his political ideology, you look at how he lived his life, how he led this country, the kind of policies he promoted, definitely, believe you me, you agree with me that Kaunda internalized these words. He never just recited, but he lived the word itself. So therefore, me as a preacher, my brothers and sisters, I'm particularly comforted by the mere fact that what gives me confidence is that as we see many people in this country that we've declared Christian flock into churches to listen to preachers, as we see many people come to listen to us, what gives me confidence to preach? What gives me confidence to continue evangelizing? What gives me confidence to prepare sermons is the mere fact that at least there are people who listen and they will go and act like the word tells us to do. This gives me a lot of comfort as a preacher. So therefore, us gathered here as we pay last respect to this gallant son of the soil, there are certain lessons that we can pick out of his life. Like I've already alluded to, the way he lived his life, he's left a legacy, he's left a lesson for all of us. I'm sure the saying goes to say, politics are dirty and the people associate politics to evil. But today we are comforted by the mere fact that today we are celebrating a life of a genuine Christian, a genuine politician, a person who had taken the word that he learned from the church, he tried to show it in his day-to-day life, and he demonstrated it in the way and in the manner he carried his life and also cared for other people that surrounded him. Indeed, for me, I can attest to the fact that the Bemba adage that says, "Umusuku uvyutukishempanga," true. Other politicians are simply insulted. Other politicians, sometimes they are associated with evil, but it's not everybody who's evil, and Kaunda has demonstrated. For those who've remained in this country and outside this country, my prayer is that you can pick that lesson from Dr. Kaunda. The second lesson we pick from Dr. Kaunda is that when you say love your neighbor as you love yourself, do unto others things that you'd want other people to do for you, you demonstrate it in deeds. I'm sure we are not talking about Kaunda, Dr. Kaunda who is infallible. We are not talking about Dr. Kaunda who didn't have weaknesses. We are not talking about Dr. Kaunda who never sinned. We are not talking about Dr. Kaunda who lived his life without any wrong being apportioned to him. That's not what I'm saying. However, what we are talking about is a Kaunda who shows, even out of the wrong that one can do, but what comes out, it's goodness, and the goodness outweighs actually the bad that one can do. You can see how I'm a beneficiary of the policies of UNIP, and I'm proudly saying that the days that we will do here in this country, this and this has been done, at least with the little years that I have here on earth, I can attest to the fact that the policies that Dr. Kaunda stood for, the ideologies that he stood for, they were meant for the sole purpose of Kaunda demonstrating that indeed he loved this country, he loved humanity, and he did it so that whatever he thought can be done to him, it can be done to another person. And I'm sure those of us who've lived even in the early 90s and late 80s, we can attest to the fact that even when global policies, geopolitics are terrible, they cannot support most of the things that happen in Africa. Kaunda stood out. The policies of subsidies were done not only to punish this country, but he did those to make sure that no one starves to death. Yes, he might have misjudged, but his intentions were good. And his intentions, they actually point to the mere fact that he is a champion of love your neighbor as you love yourself. There are many, many other things that we can talk about the life of Dr. Kaunda and what he believed in. Furthermore, when you talk of the period of independence, we hear he is the president who even stood with other countries. And the presence of dignitaries that have come throughout Africa clearly demonstrates that he stood for a good neighborliness. He stood for common good, even at the expense of his own children, at the expense of his life, at the expense of his own country. He wanted to see his neighbors free, his neighbors also enjoying peace, his neighbors also enjoying tranquility, his neighbors also eating as he was eating. So that's the kind of life that Kaunda led. And this leads me to my conclusion, brothers and sisters in the Lord. I'm sure wherever we are seated, the question that we are asking ourselves is that then, if he lived for all those things, how can we live the life like Kaunda lived it and demonstrate it? Even as we listen from sermons, we listen from scripture, even as we listen from a word of moral conscience, how can we ourselves also take part and make a world a better place for all of us? John Wesley, one of the renowned theologians, when he read the passage that we've read, in one of the homilies he gave in England, he provided a very wonderful description of how one might obey the two commandments that Jesus talks about. For him, he said, for you to live this commandment, for you to demonstrate it, for you to show it, for you to live by this, the first thing you need to do is that do all the good that you can, by all means, and make sure that you do it. When you demonstrate it, definitely you'll be closer to living the word as it is stated in Scripture. The second thing he talks about is that in all your ways, make sure that you strive, even in the midst of provocation, in the midst of those people that you can even fail to love, people that you can even fail to extend your hand of fellowship, even people you think you will never talk to, I will never talk to this one. Even to all those you think they speak a language that is totally different from the language that you speak. Even to those you think they have a color that you do not have. Even those you think they are below your status. Even those you think you cannot talk to. To him, he says, always make sure that you strive. You strive at all costs, strive at all costs to do good. Punish yourself to extend that hand of fellowship. Punish yourself to love, even in the midst of a situation where you can love. The third thing he talks about is that at all times, tell yourself that you can. Tell yourself that you can. And surely this can be demonstrated in the life of Dr. Kaunda. We remember how Choma Declaration came about. How you look at this son of this country, how magnanimous he acted. When there was violence in this country and due to multipartism and other things, he never thought he was a head of state because he had learned already from the Bible that pride is sin. He had to come out of State House. He met his colleague in Southern Province, Ali Mwanga Nkumbula. They shook hands and at least the Choma Declaration came and there was calm in this country. So that's what Wesley means, that at all times push yourself that I can. Even when the enemy is saying, no, don't. Because when you do it, don't. They will think you are weak. What Kaunda demonstrates is that in our weakness, we are strong. When you extend that hand, the enemy will be defeated and we will have a country that will prosper and a country that will live in unity and for the betterment of all of us. The fifth thing he talks about is that to all the people, tell yourself that you can. Love them regardless of wherever they hail from, whatever language, like I've said, they speak, regardless of their political persuasions, especially to your politicians in this country, even as we go towards electing a person that will lead this country. One fact that you must learn is that if you aspire for political office, it must be for a common good. And if it's for the common good, why should you maim? Why should you kill? If it is for a common good, why should you not talk to your neighbor? If it's for common good, why should you say, we'll talk as we go to the grave, that one will never see eyeball to eyeball? If it was for common good, definitely one would punish himself to say, for the sake of this country, for the sake of the people that are looking at us, for the sake of these youths, for the sake of people that can kill each other, let's for once, let me swallow my pride. My neighbor, come here. My friend, come here. Let's eat together. And when they see you eat together, definitely, even these others, you influence through your policies, your ideology, and other things, they will follow suit because they will know that our neighbor, our leader, has actually taken or told this particular line. And lastly, as long as ever you can, as long as ever you can, which simply means that at all times, let's make sure that you emulate him, even in the midst of provocation. Let's be magnanimous enough. And many things, I cannot go on explaining what Dr. Kaunda has said and done. Most of the things have gone in the annals of history, written about him, others on TV, in newspapers. We've read about the good things that Dr. Kaunda said. Here in Africa, when someone is dead, you don't take your time to talk about their weaknesses, take your time to talk about other things because they are already gone. The only thing you can uphold are the good and the things that they stood for. So therefore, to all Zambians seated here, one Zambia, I cannot hear you, one Zambia, one Zambia, I cannot see you. May the good Lord bless you all. Amen.
Well spoken, Your Grace. Your Excellency now will transit into speeches. We shall have speeches from representatives of international organizations, representatives of head of state, former heads of state, and finally by His Excellency himself. The first speech, Your Excellency, is going to be given to us by Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. Madam, I call you to the podium.
Your Excellency Edgar Lungu, President of the Federal Republic of Zambia, the Kaunda family, Your Excellencies, people of Zambia. During Nelson Mandela's funeral, President Kenneth Kaunda rhetorically asked, "Who is Nelson Mandela? Who is he? How do I see him?" It is a question that many of us have ourselves been asking in light of President Kaunda's own departure. Who is Kenneth Kaunda? Who is he? and how do I, or we, see him? Who is Kenneth David Kaunda? Perhaps we are unable to capture the totality of this Pan-Africanist titan, whose life we celebrate today. The complexity of the time through which he led not only Zambia, but also Africa, and more broadly, post-colonial states, only add more layered nuance to the man. Who is Kenneth David Kaunda? A man of faith, a deeply committed Christian, the son of a Presbyterian missionary teacher and the first qualified female African teacher, whose upbringing so deeply engraved in him those fundamental Christian principles which would later define his political life and ideology. We are in awe of his magnanimity, that quality that made him ever so ready to commune, especially with those with whom he disagreed, and at times bitterly, for the sake of the greater good. We are reminded of his patience and his genteel nature, all these qualities that forged a formidable statesman out of the once upon a time little boy from Chinsali. Who is Kenneth David Kaunda? A pacifist. In 1979, when the Commonwealth held for the first time its full heads of government meeting on African soil, KK, as he was affectionately referred to, said this: "The Commonwealth has come of age. Today, more than ever before, man is in desperate need of weapons of peace. For peace is, for all of us, a priceless commodity. We are the best weapons of peace. We must build peace where it has been destroyed." Who is Kenneth David Kaunda? A global leader. There was a time when the Commonwealth almost unraveled. The cabinet of Rhodesia on the 11th of November 1965 announced that Rhodesia now regarded itself as an independent sovereign state led by the white minority. Kaunda was one of the outspoken African statesmen who called for an immediate constitutional convention and took a strong stance against the intransigent Rhodesian minority. The Rhodesian question threatened to tear the Commonwealth apart. But the role of Kenneth David Kaunda, Dr. Kaunda, as an African statesman was crucial in the reshaping of the Commonwealth's trajectory. Unbeknownst to many, this crisis made both Presidents Kaunda and Julius Nyerere of Tanzania approach the British government with a draft of the Commonwealth Statement of Principles. The final document became known as the Singapore Declaration of Commonwealth Principles. Who is Kenneth David Kaunda? A humanist. Today, the Singapore Declaration and the Lusaka Declaration of the Commonwealth on Racism and Racial Prejudice, signed when President Kaunda hosted the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Lusaka in 1979, are the core which have shaped the character of the modern Commonwealth and whose spirit is reflected in the Commonwealth Charter. Dr. Kaunda, looking out far beyond his time, played a crucial role in building the modern Commonwealth. Who is Kenneth David Kaunda? A warrior who defeated the Goliaths of oppression. He dedicated himself not only to free the people, but to forge consensus between and amongst nations. He fought for the freedom of Northern Rhodesia and several other countries in the region. No doubt, Zambia was home to almost all liberation movements in Southern Africa. KK set Zambia at the forefront of multilateralism with a vision that was undergirded by a firm philosophy that pursued equality and freedom of all people. How do I see President Kaunda? We are once again at the cusp of change. Undemocratic winds are sweeping across nations. The chasm of inequality widens, and multilateralism is once again in question. May our recollections of President Kaunda cause us to rededicate ourselves to the causes that made him. May we weave together the fragments we can summon up of him to inject new purpose into who we are and into our contribution to one another. And may we, in remembering the reply he gave to how he saw his brother Mandela, calling him a blessed child of the Lord God Almighty, that found his life's meaning in the commandment, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Be buoyed in our pursuit of a more just world. May God bless him, and may he rest in eternal peace.
That was Madam Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of Commonwealth Secretariat. May I now call to the podium Her Excellency Mrs. Manwina Kiyimbo Nana, Minister in the Office of the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Her Excellency, please.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République de Zambie, Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement ici présents, Excellences, Messieurs, Mesdames les représentants de chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames, Messieurs, en vos titres et qualités respectifs, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers membres de la famille KENNETH KAUNDA, chers Africains endeuillés, j'ai l'insigne honneur, au nom de son Excellence, M. Félix Tshisekedi Tshilombo, président de la République démocratique du Congo, chef de l'État, et président en exercice de l'Union africaine, dont je suis l'envoyé spécial, de prononcer ces mots afin d'honorer la mémoire de l'illustre panafricaniste, son Excellence le Dr KENNETH KAUNDA, premier président de cette République sœur de Zambie. Nul n'ignore ce qu'a été l'homme d'État et le baobab du paysage politique africain durant près d'un demi-siècle, tant de qualités, le dévouement et les soucis du bien-être de l'Afrique et de peuples africains ont toujours été incontestables chez le docteur David Kenneth Kaunda, affectueusement surnommé KK, jusqu'au-delà des frontières de son pays. Son engagement pour l'indépendance des États africains, sa participation active à la création de l'Organisation de l'Unité africaine, devenue officiellement depuis 2002 l'Union africaine, ont balisé les chemins que nous suivons aujourd'hui à la tête de cette organisation continentale. Son Excellence le Dr David Kenneth Kaunda, paix à son âme, et ses pairs ont en effet relevé les défis tant internes qu'externes, persévéré dans leur quête de paix, d'unité et de solidarité africaine et contribué activement à la libération de l'Afrique du colonialisme et de l'apartheid. Ils ont su, en leur temps, élaborer les bases politiques et diplomatiques adéquates, solides et idoines des résolutions des problèmes se posant en Afrique. Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République de Zambie, Excellences, les chefs d'État et de gouvernement ici présents, Excellences, Messieurs, Mesdames les représentants des chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames, Messieurs, en vos titres et qualités respectifs, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers membres de la famille Kenneth Kaunda, chers Africains endeuillés, les valeurs humanistes et panafricanistes qu'il a toujours su inculquer et partager, non seulement avec ses contemporains, mais aussi avec les jeunes générations, sont pour nous l'héritage majeur. Et en tant que fondement incontournable de la marche inexorable de l'Afrique vers son unité véritable, ces valeurs gagneront à être perpétuées. Nous transmettons nos sincères condoléances à la famille Kaunda Kenneth, au gouvernement ainsi qu'au peuple zambien. Au nom du peuple africain, nous nous engageons à garder et honorer à jamais cet héritage. Que vive à jamais l'âme de Kenneth Kaunda, que vive l'humanisme et le panafricanisme, que vive l'Afrique, que vive l'Union africaine. Je vous remercie.
Speech from Her Excellency, Mrs. Manuanina Kayumba Nana, Special Envoy of His Excellency Mr. Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, current Chair of the African Union, on the occasion of the state funeral of His Excellency Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, first President of the Republic of Zambia and founding member of the African Union. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellencies, Head of States and Government here present, Your Excellencies, representatives of Head of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, in your respective titles and capacities, dear members of the Kaunda family, dear bereaved Africans, I have the distinct honor, in the name of His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of Congo and current President of the African Union, of whom I am the Special Envoy, to pronounce this speech in order to honor the memory of an illustrious Pan-Africanist, His Excellency Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, first President of this sister Republic of Zambia. Everyone knows what this statesman and baobab of the African political landscape has been for nearly half a century. His qualities, dedication, and his concern for the well-being of Africa and African peoples have always been undisputable in Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, affectionately nicknamed KK, beyond the borders of his country. His commitment to independence of African states, his active participation in the creation of the Organization of African Unity, which officially became African Union since 2002, marked the path that we are following today at the head of this organization. His Excellency Dr. Kenneth Kaunda and his peers have indeed taken up challenges, internal and external, persevered in their quest for peace, unity, and African solidarity, and have actively contributed to the liberation of Africa from colonialism and apartheid. They knew in their time to develop the political and diplomatic basis adequate, solid, and suitable of resolution to the problem facing Africa. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellencies, the Head of State and Government here present, Your Excellencies, representatives of Head of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, in your respective titles and capacities, dear members of the Kaunda family, dear bereaved Africans, the humanists and Pan-Africanists' values that has always been able to instill and share, not only with his contemporaries, but also with the younger generations, are for us the major heritage of His Excellency Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda. And as the essential foundation of Africa's inexorable march towards its true unity, these values will benefit from being perpetuated. We wish to convey our deepest condolences to the Kaunda family, the government, and the people of Zambia. On behalf of African people, we pledge to keep and honor this heritage forever. Long live forever the soul of David Kenneth Kaunda. Long live for humanism and Pan-Africanism. Long live Africa. Long live for the African Union. I thank you.
Your Excellency, we continue with speeches. May I now call to the podium His Excellency Mr. James Doddridge, Minister for Africa from the United Kingdom. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. Edgar Lunga, heads of state, family members of Dr. Kaunda's family, all protocols observed. It is an honor and a privilege for me to stand here today amongst such an esteemed audience to commemorate the life of His Excellency Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. As the representative of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth's government, I shall begin by reading aloud Her Majesty's own personal words of condolence. I was greatly saddened to receive the news of the death of Kenneth Kaunda. During and after his presidency, he worked tirelessly for the good of the Zambian people. His regional leadership in maintaining Zambia as a bastion against apartheid has earned him a place in history. I will always remember our meetings and the warmth that Dr. Kaunda felt for the Commonwealth. I send you and the Zambian people my condolences in this great loss. Her Majesty's condolences are shared by the people of the United Kingdom, and our thoughts are with the people of Zambia and, of course, the Kaunda family, who I had the opportunity yesterday to express my personal sorrow in signing the Book of Condolence at the Kaunda family home. Dr. Kaunda was a defining figure in Zambia and in the region and for the struggle for freedom. He laid the foundations of the nation through his leadership, his vision, his public service, and famous rallying cry, "One Zambia, one nation." Dr. Kaunda was also greatly admired as a staunch activist against apartheid and as a campaigner in tackling HIV/AIDS. The world has lost a great man, an African hero who will be remembered for generations to come. Now, today is an occasion to mourn, but it is also an occasion to celebrate what Dr. Kaunda meant to us all. Through our shared and sometimes complex histories, Dr. Kaunda was highly respected and a valued friend of the United Kingdom. Now, like all good friends, we had our disagreements, but these only made our friendship stronger. Dr. Kaunda oversaw Zambia's peaceful transition to independence and statehood. He helped liberate Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, and helped end apartheid in South Africa. As Her Majesty remarked personally, Dr. Kaunda was firmly committed to the Commonwealth. The Lusaka Declaration stands as testimony to his determination to unite nations in the fight against inequality and racial prejudice. Many people will, of course, remember Dr. Kaunda's famous dance with Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher during that Commonwealth summit in Lusaka. In 1983, Dr. Kaunda became the first post-independence leader to be received by Her Majesty the Queen in a state visit to the UK. And in 1990, we are still grateful of him securing the release of the British nurse Daphne Parish from the Iraqi prison. Today, the United Kingdom mourns Dr. Kaunda's passing alongside his family, his friends, and the people of Zimbabwe, and indeed the wider world. The children of Zambia can take comfort in the fact that their founding father was a man who worked tirelessly to secure their future. His life was history in itself. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
We still continue with speeches. May I call to the podium His Excellency Mr. Nikola Selakovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Mr. President Dr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, dear Kaunda family, Your Excellencies, people of friendly Zambia, dear friends. President Dr. Kenneth Kaunda belonged to a generation of great people who gave many nations freedom and independence. The Serbian people has fostered great friendship with the proud people of Zambia and the father of its independence throughout the history of our relations. The citizens of my country, the Republic of Serbia, are proud that during the socialist Yugoslavia led by President Tito, they cooperated with President Kaunda within the non-aligned movement on building a more just, more free, and more human world. To this day, we remain loyal to these values. Ordinary people die, and with them, their small legacy. But the work of giants such as President Kenneth Kaunda, never dies. It continues to live in the spirit of the people and remains a permanent legacy and a guide to posterity. I share the pain of the people of Zambia on this sad day, but I am convinced that you will continue to walk proudly and victoriously on the path paved by President Kaunda. On behalf of the President of Serbia, Aleksandar Vučić, and the Serbian people, I bid last farewell to our great friend and role model of all freedom-loving nations.
We still continue with the speeches. May I call to the podium His Excellency Mr. Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission.
Your Excellency Edward Lungu, President of the Republic of Zambia and First Lady, Excellencies Head of State and Government and Head of Delegations, the esteemed Kaunda family, ladies and gentlemen. The independence of Zambia is meaningless if the rest of the region remains under colonial rule. These words speak volumes of who President Kenneth Kaunda was and how much he was willing to sacrifice for the benefit of the African continent. Today, we are united in deep gratitude for the life of President Kaunda, a unifier who had the unique ability to rally us all behind the cause of Pan-Africanism. On this solemn occasion, I stand before you on behalf of the organization that President Kaunda helped to found and whose values he embodied. And it is with the highest humility that I must confess it is not easy to eulogize someone of President Kaunda's stature. In 1964, the year of Zambia's independence, 8 countries in the region were still under colonial domination and their future uncertain. The contribution of President Kaunda to the total liberation of Africa is embodied in the values that underpin the Mogulushi Club that he was a founding member of. And this served as a precursor to the frontline states and was an instrumental building block for the regional integration agenda we now advance on the continent. Under the OU Liberation Committee, which was based in Dar es Salaam, the legendary Liberation Center in Lusaka hosted liberation movements such as SWAPO from Namibia, UNITA and MPLA from Angola, ZANU and ZAPU of Zimbabwe, FRELIMO from Mozambique, the Pan-Africanist Congress, and the ANC from South Africa, which had its headquarters here for 30 years. Today, the Southern African region is a thriving region on the continent, a region Zambia paid a heavy price to liberate. Today, we talk not only about regional integration, but through Agenda 2063, and the African Continental Free Trade Area, the vision of continental integration that was built here in Lusaka under the leadership of President Kenneth Kaunda has come to life. I am here, Excellencies, today to honor with you this giant among men, a baobab, the last of the founding fathers who delivered independence to more than just than his own land. Had it not been for the selfless efforts of his generation, I would not be before you today, as the African Union would not exist. We are forever in debt to Kenneth Kaunda and the people of Zambia for their sacrifices, and we mourn with you in the understanding that President Kaunda shared himself with all of us. He shared his country and his people. We are privileged generations to have been afforded 97 years with him, and to ensure that his legacy lives on. The African Union Commission commits to develop a mechanism to ensure that we preserve President Kaunda's legacy for posterity. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Excellency. We shall have an interlude of music by St. Paul's United Church of Zambia. Pick it up, thank you.
Omwe batangila ni mwe, omwe batangila ni mwe, mwe batangila, omwe batangila, omwe batangila ni mwe bakaunda, mwe batangila ni mwe, mwe batangila, omwe batangila ko atuka mifuluka tata bakaunda pamilimo iyo mwabomba omwatufumya mubusha mwatulenga abantu ngwa tata ati mwalileke lyokulya tamwale lala otamwale tusha opakukoko buntungwa tata otuka mifuluka mwe bachifweni mwe pamilimo iya mwabo mwe batangila omwe batangila ikumbilya kupapa kasuba nechalo chena chafita imitima Yesu yafunaika omwe bakututula ni mwe ikumbi chalo imitima yafunaika mwe bakututula ni mwe bakututula ni mwe ati mwe batangila ni mwe batangila omwe batangila ko otata mwali bomba chachine tata mwali bomba otata mwali bomba chachine tata mwali bomba awe tata mwali bomba chachine tata mwali bomba mwali bomba chachine tata mwali bomba ati tata mwali bomba chachine tata ukutupelo buntungwa baba Kaunda. O tata mwali pyunga chachine, tata mwali pyunga. O tata mwali pyunga chachine, tata mwali pyunga. Awe tata mwali pyunga. Awe tata mwali pyunga. Omwende wino. Awe mwende wino. Ati mwende wino. Ati mwende wino. Otule milombelako. Nesa wesu. O tata mwali bomba chachine, tata mwali bomba. O tata mwali bomba chachine, tata mwali bomba. Awe tata mwali bomba. Ukutuleta chapamo. Tamale tabulula awe. Awe tata mwali bomba. Awe tata mwali bomba. Ati mwende wino. Ati mwende wino. Ati mwende wino. Otule milombelako. Ati mwende wino. Otule milombelako. Nesa wesu. Mutuje wino.
Thank you so much, St. Paul's United Church of Zambia Choir. What they were saying, Your Excellency, is that it's words of praise to His Excellency, Dr. Kaunda, saying, our Father, you have worked. Our Father, you have preached. Go well, our Father. We continue with speeches. At this particular moment in time, may I call to the podium respectfully Your Excellency, Mr. Bonito de Sousa Belsada Diego, the Vice President of the Republic of Angola. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency Edgar Lungu, President of the Republic of Zambia, and First Lady Madame Lungu, distinguished members of the Kaunda family present here, distinguished representatives of the mourning Zambian society, honorable heads of states and government, dignitaries, I speak to you on behalf of His Excellency Dr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, and through him, on behalf of the whole people of Angola. Excellencies, Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda is a son of Zambia who was born in Lubwa near Chimbali and became on his own merit a son of Africa whose dimensions reflect the representativeness and symbolism of this ceremony. It is no secret to anyone that Kenneth Kaunda's achievements go beyond Zambia's borders. This great nation he founded in 1964. Kaunda has become so big that there is part of him in Angola, Botswana, Namibia, Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zimbabwe, in each of our Southern Africa countries. Kenneth Kaunda was an eminent Pan-Africanist, fighter for the liberation of Africa, starting from Zambia, his homeland, and ending with the creation of the frontline states against the apartheid, today SADC. Kenneth Kaunda fought for the dignity of the African people and for the human rights in general, alongside with eminent freedom personalities such as Martin Luther King, Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Agostinho Neto, Julius Nyerere, Sam Nujoma, Oliver Tambo, Kwame Nkrumah, and Jomo Kenyatta. Kenneth Kaunda also fought for the dignity and civil rights of the African American communities in the United States, the Caribbean, Brazil, and Latin America in general, the today sixth region of the African Union. On behalf of all the Angolan people, including the Angolans who over the years have chosen Zambia to live, study, and work, I render the most profound homage to this giant son of Zambia and Africa, to whom we say today goodbye with this great wisdom, his white handkerchief, and this contagious joy that are forever recorded in our memories. As the one who looked for honey, creating his own solid basis for a strong social, political, and economic Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda receives today the deserves homage from all those that, after all, are direct or indirectly the result of his great achievement. Viva, long live President Kaunda. One Zambia, one nation. Thank you. Zikome Kwambiri.
Thank you, Excellency, the Vice President of Angola. We continue with speeches, Your Excellency. It is now my real honor and privilege to invite to the podium His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, representing Her Excellency Samia Hassan, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency Edgar Chagwa, President of the Republic of Zambia, members of the Kenneth Kaunda family, Excellencies, heads of state and government present, Your Excellency Rupia Banda, fourth President of the Republic of Zambia, fellow mourners, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing here on behalf of my President, Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan. She has sent me here to represent her. She would have wished to be here in person, but due to exigencies of office, she could not. She says she is with Your Excellency, the family of the late President Kenneth Kaunda, and the friendly people of Zambia in mourning the death of the first president and the founding father of this great nation of Zambia. I convey her deepest condolences and sympathies to Your Excellency, the Kaunda family, and the people of Zambia. She says she understands your pain and sorrow on the loss of your great leader, champion of Zambia's independence struggle, and the founding father of Zambia. She's asking God Almighty to give you strength and fortitude during these somber and difficult moments. President Samia Suluhu Hassan wants to assure Your Excellency and the great people of Zambia that the people of Tanzania share your sense of loss and void. KK was our leader as much as he was yours. Tanzania remembers with fondness the friendship, cooperation, and solidarity he had with Mwalimu Julius Nyerere the first president and founding father of the United Republic of Tanzania. They worked like twins born from different mothers. These two iconic leaders of ours built strong bonds of friendship, cooperation, and solidarity between our two countries and our two peoples. Ever since their time, Zambia and Tanzania see eye to eye on many bilateral, regional, African, and global issues of mutual interest. President Samia Suluhu Hassan would like to assure Your Excellency and the friendly people of Zambia that she will do everything within her power to see our bilateral relations grow from strength to strength and to the greatest heights possible. She believes this is the best way to honor the life and legacy of this iconic leader, a great Pan-Africanist, and champion of African unity, and hero of the African independence and liberation struggle. She says, we, the people of Tanzania, remember President Kenneth Kaunda as that courageous leader who worked tirelessly and closely with President Nyerere and Sir Seretse Khama, the first president of Botswana, leaders of the liberation movements, and the progressive forces the world over to advance the cause of liberation of Southern Africa from colonialism, white minority rule, and apartheid. One cannot write the history of the liberation of Angola, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Namibia, South Africa without recognizing the critical role played by President Kenneth David Kaunda. His name will always be written in broad letters of gold. Long live Kenneth Kaunda. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those kind words. May I now call to the podium His Excellency, the Right Honorable Dr. Mokgweetsi Majoro, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Edgar Chagwa Lungu, Excellencies, Heads of State and of Government, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, and members of the family of former President Kenneth Kaunda. As we bid the final farewell to the late President Kenneth Kaunda, the first and founding president of the Republic of Zambia, a distinguished son of Africa, and eminent leader of our time, we thump our chests with pride for the historic achievements he made for his country and for the role he played in the liberation struggles of the African continent from colonialism to apartheid. I am honored to convey to you, Mr. President, to the bereaved family of the President Kaunda, and to the government and the people of the Republic of Zambia, heartfelt condolences from His Majesty Kilitsie III, the head of state of the Kingdom of Lesotho. The people and government of Lesotho truly count Zambians as our brothers and sisters. We are in communion with you as you mourn the passing of a towering figure of our times, who not only stood tall in physical stature, but also fought bravely in the vanguard of Africa's fight for liberation and equality in the global community of nations. President Kaunda will be remembered as the last of his generation of independence leaders of the African continent. Their leadership entrenched idealistic ambitions for a continent of free and prosperous people. It would be an honor to the rich legacy of President Kaunda if those of us now carrying the mantle of leadership on this continent can commit to finishing the job these noble leaders initiated, of freeing Africans from the bondage of poverty. We have the resources to do so. We must have the commitment to do so. He will be remembered, among many of his outstanding roles, as one of the founding fathers of the Organization of African Unity, the Southern African Development Coordinating Conference, now SADC, and for the caring refuge he offered to men and women who were persecuted and had fled for daring to demand their political and civil rights in the countries of their birth. The late President Kaunda has left a legacy of resilient leadership in the fight for what is just and for what is right. His deeds and his record will remain for posterity like dinosaur prints etched in stone. May his soul rest in peace.
Once again, Your Excellency, it's my rare honor and privilege to call to the podium His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, the President of the Republic of Malawi. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Dr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, President of the Republic of Zambia, and Madam Esther Lungu, First Lady of the Republic of Zambia. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and all representatives of heads of state and government here present. Members of the late His Excellency, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, sons and daughters of the Republic of Zambia, distinguished invited guests, and all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here to inter the last of Africa's liberation giants. But make no mistake, the interment of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda will not merely be the burial of a lifeless body, but the planting of a vibrant seed. The burial of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda will be the planting of Africa's finest seed into Africa's finest soil, From our planting of this seed, let us harvest a new Pan-African generation with a passion for the ideals Dr. Kaunda embodied. From our planting of this seed, let us harvest a new Pan-African generation with a vision for African governments free of corruption and oppression. From our planting of this seed, let us harvest a new Pan-African generation with a vision for borders that feel open, not closed. From our planting of this seed, let us harvest a new Pan-African generation with the energy to trade goods between Africans and Africans. From our planting of this seed, let us harvest a new Pan-African generation with a resolve to build roads and rail, connecting Cairo to Cape Town and Dakar to Djibouti. The harvest of a new Pan-African generation is Dr. Kaunda's lasting legacy. A new Pan-African generation is what Dr. Kaunda sought to build. When Dr. Kaunda took young patriots from across the continent under his wing, he was building that generation. When Dr. Kaunda continued working for the good of his nation after losing his citizenship, he was building that generation. When Dr. Kaunda fought for the liberation of other colonized Africans as much as he fought for Zambia, he was building that generation. When Dr. Kaunda fought for Malawi to be included in what is now SADC bloc against much opposition, he was building that generation. When Dr. Kaunda called me on the phone last year, in the days following my election as president of Malawi, to encourage me, calling me young man, he was building that generation. Now that he has left us, we must embody the ideals of this giant. We must become a fortress that protects Africa from those who seek to exploit and divide her from within and from without. We must walk together with one heart as he taught us, building one Africa as he showed us, and seeing one vision as he did. We must make sure that the initials KK become on our lips a battle cry that terrifies all enemies of Africa's prosperity and peace. Though we weep at his passing, the tears we shed today will water the soil beneath us until this seed we are planting today becomes a harvest of hope within us. Though we lay Dr. Kaunda to rest, we will never give his Pan-African dream any rest. On behalf of the Malawian people, our condolences are to you all, our Zambian friends. Pepani abale, pepani, pepani, pepani.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We continue with the speeches. It is once again my great honor and privilege to invite to the podium His Excellency Dr. Eric Mongwise Masisi, the President of the Republic of Botswana. Your Excellency.
Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency Dr. Chagwa Edgar Lungu, and the First Lady, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government here present, and representatives of Head of State and Government, the Kaunda family, heads of organizations here present, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the clergy, fellow mourners, I bring a message of solidarity and expression of our sorrow at the passing of Dr. KK Kaunda from the Republic of Botswana. I say so because on behalf of all the people of Botswana, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda single-handedly ushered Botswana in to the African Union, then known as the Organization of African Unity, which was not an easy path. For our own independence and position vis-à-vis the white minority-ruled South Africa caused much suspicion among many in Africa and beyond. And it all fell on Dr. Kaunda's shoulders to become the microphone and megaphone for Botswana. And to him and to the Zambian people, it is time to say thank you. Thank you to Dr. Kaunda for forging the friendship between my own founder president and the founder president of Tanzania, which friendship was critical when the Frontline States was put together. An association of like-minded leaders in Dr. Kaunda, Cesar Zakama, and Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. To Dr. Kaunda, we say thank you for forging that and championing the liberation of Southern Africa. Many a times, when life comes to end at an advanced age, many think it normal and expected to pass on. But when a figure of the stature of Dr. Kaunda passes on, many asked of themselves, how long would they have to live to achieve what Dr. Kaunda achieved? And so, like previous speakers, I wish to encourage and urge those who lead currently to borrow a leaf from the attributes that Dr. Kaunda personified in forging unity, in forging solidarity, in a commitment to multilateralism and international peace, including doing to others as you would have them do to you. Fellow mourners, Let me end by urging you not to mourn for too long, for Dr. Kaunda has left all of us a rich legacy, and it is to us that we should be looking to carry it on, and to you to fulfill it. I wish and hope and pray for Dr. Kaunda's soul to rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We shall now have an interlude of music from one of Zambia's gospel artists, Ruben. Ruben, pick it up before we continue.
It is done, it is done with my Father. The Lord has allowed me to see your face one more time. It is done, it is done with our Father. The Lord has allowed me to see your face one more time. Vakaunda mwaya batata mwechibusa wesu wanseko yangu epalo wamfyuka kwati bufie bakeke mwaya batata mwechibusa wandu wanseko yangu epalo wamfyuka kwati bufie ngabala chilikila bafwa ngana kuwesha wetata yangu epalo wamfyuka kwati bufi. Oh, it is well, it is well with my soul, with my soul. It is well, it is well with my soul. Mutende,
Thank you, Ruben. Your Excellency, we are now coming to the final segment of speeches. Allow me, Your Excellency, to call to the podium His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Edgar Lungu, the President of the Republic of Zambia, First Lady, Mrs. Lungu, the Kaunda family, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellencies, former heads of state, esteemed guests, the people of the Republic of Zambia, South Africa joins the people of Zambia and all the peoples on our continent in mourning the passing of our great leader and father, the father of liberation in our region, SADC. Dr. Kenneth Kaunda was a loyal friend of the people of South Africa. He stood by us during our long and bitter struggle against the oppressive apartheid government. Even as the brutal apartheid regime sought to wreak havoc in the frontline states in its efforts to destroy the liberation movement, Dr. Kaunda stood firm and never wavered in his support for the people of South Africa and the people of our region. Zambia provided us with the material and moral support and gave refuge to our leaders and those who had been forced into exile from our country. The people of Zambia embraced us as South Africans, and today we view Zambia as our second home. Zambia took us into its bosom and gave us sustenance during the very difficult days of our struggle. So South Africa is grateful for the support we received from Zambia, and especially our leader, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. We will never be able to pay the debt that we owe you. And all we can say is thank you, thank you, thank you for all you have done for us to be a free people today. South Africa is grateful that we could acknowledge Dr. Kaunda's great role in our struggle for freedom during his lifetime. In 2002, he was bestowed with one of our highest national orders, the Order of the Companions of Oliver Reginald Tambo in gold. Reginald Tambo having been his great friend over many, many years. He was also the first head of state in our region to receive Nelson Mandela in 1990 after he was released. Nelson Mandela, the father of our nation in South Africa, felt duty-bound that he should undertake his first visit outside our country after 27 years of incarceration to Zambia, to come and personally thank Dr. Kenneth Kaunda for the friendship, but also for the support that the African National Congress received from Dr. Kaunda and Zambia. Today is the passing of an era. Dr. Kaunda was the last surviving leader of the generation who lit the path to Africa's freedom from colonial misrule. He has left us, but we know that what he stood for, the standard of leadership he set, and his progressive ideals will continue to live on. He was a man of all seasons. As a freedom fighter, he led the liberation movement to victory and to independence. As a president, he led with humility and selflessness. He walked amongst the people. He refused to surround himself with the trappings of power and influence. And this is what we can learn from him. He was a man of extraordinary empathy. He was often driven to tears of compassion against injustice. He was an elder statesman who, even after leaving office, continued to play an important role in national life, advocating for important causes such as HIV/AIDS, peace and conflict resolution. He was a lifelong Pan-Africanist who worked to advance African unity and integration. He loved young people. He wrote of how being among the youth always filled him with humility and respect. He called on Africa's youth to work hard, to reject lives of idleness and vice, and to be part of nation building, saying, "The fate of this country is in your hands." He was also a champion of African self-reliance. We draw strength and inspiration for this now more than ever as we find ourselves in the grip of a deadly pandemic, COVID-19. He would be proud to see us working together as African leaders to bring a recovery to our continent that is rooted in compassion and human dignity. Like the mighty and noble African fish eagle that adorns the national flag of Zambia, Comrade KK, as we fondly called him, has soared into the sunset. He has left a Zambia that is proud and free. He has left one Zambia, one nation. He has left an Africa that is united and strong. In taking forward his legacy, let it be that Dr. Kaunda's teachings on compassion, empathy, and dignity are Africa's gift to humanity. And that, in the words of one of South Africa's iconic leaders, Steve Bantu Biko, who said, "It is we, the peoples of Africa, who bestow on the world a more human face." And it was Dr. Kaunda who did indeed bestow that human face on humanity. Tiende pamodzi nimuntima umo. Let us go forward together, one heart, one spirit, united, and let us go forward for equality, for justice, for human prosperity, and for a better Africa and a better world. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We continue with the speeches. It is now once again my rare honor and privilege to invite to the podium His Excellency Dr. Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, my brother and colleague, Dr. Edgar Chagwa, and Madam, President of the Republic of Zambia, members of the Kaunda family, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps who may be here, the great people of Zambia, comrades and friends, it is a dark period in the history of Zambia, the SADC region, and the African continent in general, as we share the deep loss with the great people of Zambia following the passing on of the founding president of Zambia and one of Africa's last surviving founding father, President Kenneth David Kaunda. On behalf of the people and government of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and indeed on my own behalf and my family, may I, in a very special way, pass my deepest sympathies and condolences to the Kaunda family. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Zambia, my dear colleague and brother, Dr. Edgar Chagwa, and the great people of Zambia, for the loss which has befallen us as a region. Our hearts are with you in mourning, and my country declared 14 days of mourning in honor of our revolutionary leader, David Kaunda. In President Kaunda, the continent has lost a Pan-Africanist, liberator, an elder statesman, visionary leader, and a selfless cadre who dedicated his entire life to the independence and development of the continent of Africa. He was an epitome of humility and wisdom, a source of inspiration. Comrade KK, as I would like to call him, was the last man standing. All of his colleagues who fought side by side with him during the struggle for independence are all long gone. These include Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Sékou Touré of Guinea, Julius Kambarage Nyerere of Tanzania, and Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt. All over Africa, the late President Kaunda was a torch-bearer for freedom and emancipation of the people of our great continent, Africa. Closer home, he vehemently opposed racist apartheid in South Africa and the brutal white settler colonialism in the then Southern Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe. I vividly remember the unwavering support he provided to the liberation movements who were fighting for independence. The history of Zimbabwe will never be complete without tribute to the contributions made by the late President Kaunda and the great people of Zambia for our own independence in Zimbabwe. I grew up here in Zambia. All my education here in Zambia. I graduated with a degree in law here in Zambia at UNZA. I have a strong attachment to Zambia, which indeed is my second home. Dr. Kaunda never believed that Zambia was free when other countries were still under the shackles of colonialism. He lived his life in fulfillment of the founding principles of the Organization of African Union, the OAU, which were centered on unity, solidarity, and sovereignty. He has left us a legacy of selflessness, love, togetherness, unity, and his One Zambia, One Nation motto, which embodies true patriotism of Africa. Today, I also pay my personal tribute to this heroic man who modeled me into the person I am today. I remember when I was at Hodgson College, it's now called David Kaunda. When I joined the UNIP then and became Secretary for Youth of UNIP here in Lusaka, 61 and 62, but some of you were not there. The late David Kaunda inspired and mentored me, ushering me into the world of politics and the youth. He was a liberation icon, strategist, an advisor, and a true friend of the people of Africa. At the peak of imperialism in the then Southern Rhodesia, many young men and women fled the country to seek refuge here in Zambia. Dr. KK welcomed all with open arms and gave all shelter here in Zambia. Comrades and friends, at a time when the world is grappling with the invisible COVID-19 pandemic, as Africa, let us emulate what Dr. Kaunda taught us, to remain united. Tiende pamoja mtima umo. It is my dear brother, to my dear brother and colleague, President Edgar Chagwa, I wish you and the people of Zambia successful elections as the nation continues in the rich democratic traditions and legacy established by the late Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda. Finally, I say, rest in peace, elder statesman and current son of the soil. Yours was a life well lived. We remain with fond memories of your service to Zambia, to Southern Africa, and to the continent as a whole. Us who remain will continue on the path to develop and improve the quality of life of the liberated people of our region and Africa. May his dear soul rest in eternal peace. Zikomo, twalumba, twatotela sana. Obrigado, I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. we continue with speeches. As I humbly once again call to the podium His Excellency Dr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, and Madam First Lady, Your Excellencies, the family of Kenneth Kaunda, fellow Africans, ladies and gentlemen. We have come from far and near to pay tribute to the life of a true and noble son of Africa. I must at the outset extend the deepest condolences of the government and people of Ghana, of myself, and of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, of whose authority I have the honor to be the current chair, to President Edgar Lungu, to the government and people of Zambia, and to the family of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda on this great loss. We pray for God's blessings for you. It is surely a fitting testimony to the man we're gathered here to mourn that the President of the Republic of Ghana has come all the way from West Africa to pay tribute on behalf of Ghana and ECOWAS. But then there should probably not be much surprise. As part of Zambia's Independence Day celebrations in 1964, and to symbolize President Kaunda's early Pan-African credentials, the national football team of Ghana, the Black Stars, came here to play the Chipolo Polo of Zambia at the then newly completed Independence Stadium. Today, we're marking what is truly the end of an era on our continent. With the passing of President Kenneth Kaunda, the last of the great freedom fighters, the philosopher kings, and independent leaders of Africa has departed. Like the continent's other philosopher kings, Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, Kenya's Jomo Kenyatta, Tanzania's Julius Nyerere, Senegal's Leopold Senghor, Kenneth Kaunda went on to govern through his own distinctive political and economic philosophies. Kenneth Kaunda, like these leaders, also saw the independence of his country as being, in Kwame Nkrumah's immemorial words, meaningless unless it was linked with the total liberation of Africa. And like them, his vision for his country's post-colonial future left a profound imprint that lasted well beyond his time in office. He might have been president of Zambia, but it was the struggles of his neighbors to be free from the shackles of colonialism and white race domination that consumed him, even at the risk of the economic health of Zambia. Today, with the end of apartheid a quarter of a century in the past, Rhodesia UDI a distant memory, and the continent no longer providing the turf for Cold War confrontations, it is difficult to imagine that the ANC was ever anything else but a ruling party, or that there were over there were arguments about naming a country Zimbabwe, or another one Namibia, or that Angola used to be the place of many famous battles where young South Africans died needlessly. Zambia was one of the celebrated frontline states that stared down the apartheid regime of South Africa. And as president of Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda never forgot that fact a single day. When the global fight against apartheid was reduced to the passing of endless resolutions condemning the regime, President Kaunda offered his country as a refuge to the liberation movements. Lusaka it was that became the headquarters of the ANC, SWAPO, Frelimo, and the other liberation movements in exile. That decision took courage, and Zambia paid a high price. The traditional routes to the ports for exports from landlocked Zambia were no longer available, and Lusaka was regularly and ruthlessly bombed by apartheid Air Force jets. Through it all, President Kaunda kept to his firm conviction that all liberation fighters, no matter where they came from, should be and were as safe as Zambians in Zambia. When I visited his home in the outskirts of Lusaka in July 2018, as part of my official visit to Zambia, it represented a solemn moment for me. I was seeing in person the man popularly referred to as KK for the first time in my life. He was 94 at the time, but he was hale and hearty. He had fond memories of his last visit to Ghana in 1977, and it was obvious to me that old age had not diminished his intellect, neither had it diminished his strength. We're given to understand that at his birth, his parents gave the nickname of Buchizia, or the unexpected one, to Kenneth, having been born in the 20th year of their marriage. He might have been unexpected, but he certainly turned out to have been most welcome and influential in our lives on the African continent. His last public appearance on the continental stage was at the funeral of Nelson Mandela. Their lives were so intertwined, fighting for a free, dignified Africa, that it was appropriate that he should speak at Great Madima's funeral. On behalf of the governments and the 350 million peoples of ECOWAS, I extend our deepest condolences to the family of President Kenneth Kaunda. Thank you to the family and the people of Zambia for sharing him with us. Go well, freedom fighter. Sleep well, the humanist. A grateful Africa bids you fond farewell. May God bless you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We continue with speeches. Once again, a privilege to invite to the podium His Excellency Mr. Filippo Jacinto Nyusi, the President of the Republic of Mozambique and the Chairperson for SADC, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency and dear brother Edgar Chagwa Lungu, President of the Republic of Zambia, esteemed Kaunda family, Your Excellencies, brotherly Zambian people, the peoples of SADC member state are in mourning. the voice of the father of the Zambian nation, the one that sprang up in Lubwa, near Chinsali, in 1924, His Excellency Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda has been silent suddenly and forever. In difficult situations such as this, extraordinary strength and clarity are required to overcome emotions. In the face of death, words become empty, dry, and sterile. In fact, death is the only sentence that floats us in the midst of all our uncertainty awaiting us as a destiny. Comrade Kaunda was indeed a statesman who always stood up against racial oppression and injustice. He was a passionate promoter of Zambian humanism based on the African system of values and ethics. He worked to build a country where resources would serve the people. Internationally, Kaunda used diplomacy to help legitimize and garner support for the liberation movement. Kenneth Kaunda was the ambassador of the oppressed at international forums. How to accept that SADC has lost its founder? The collective presence of SADC's leaders at this solemn farewell is an expression of the priceless respect and gratitude for the immense contribution of the forever President, Dr. Kenneth David Kaunda, to the cause of the liberation struggles of our Southern African region. Comrade Kaunda has offered his country as a safe haven for many Mozambicans, Namibians, Angolans, Zimbabweans, South Africans, and others who left their countries because of oppression and racial injustice. Zambia paid a big bill. Zambia became the target of sabotage and military incursions by racist and minority regimes, resulting in the loss of human life and massive economic damage over a long period. In Zambia, Kaunda has always worked to build a united nation without discrimination based on race, tribe, gender, or religious belief, under his famous motto, One Zambia, One Nation. No one is surprised that Zambia is a cohesive country of recognized political stability. This is the work of Kaunda. The way in which Kaunda led the struggle for the independence of Zambia in 1964 was a strong inspiration in the peaceful struggle for the independence of some sister countries such as Malawi, Botswana, Lesotho, Mauritius, Eswatini, and the Seychelles. Due to his spirit of dialogue based on profound humanism, the name Lusaka is engraved in the collective memory of Mozambique. It was here in Lusaka, in the early afternoon of the 7th September 1974, in a room at the State House, where the agreement for independence and the ceasefire agreement were signed between our liberation movement, FRELIMO, and the Portuguese colonial government that paved the way for the proclamation of the independence of Mozambique on the 25th June 1975. How to forget a child of Africa who devoted his whole life for the liberation of the continent? How to accept the demise of someone who has gone through hard time to see the region free from exploration, enjoying peace and democratic rights? Ladies and gentlemen, I have a recent memory when in 2014 I visited President Kaunda in his private home to ask for his blessing. He took me to the sacred place where our dear mother, Mama Betty Kaunda, rests. Back home, he placed his traditional white handkerchief over my head and said, God bless the new generation of African leaders. This vision was evident in his last voice message recorded and addressed to the heads of state and government of SADC member states who met after his demise at the External Summit in Maputo on 23rd June. His message calls for the union and maintenance of the spirit that was behind the inception of SADC. Kaunda was a man with a multifaceted character. His passion of music left us the famous song Tiende Pamozi Ndimtima Umo, which continues to be sung in many countries in the region and around the world. His love for football resulted in the national team bearing the name KK11. From Kaunda, we learned that when elections are lost, the loser recognizes the loss and congratulates the winner. We also learned that with the end of the presidential term, the work does not end. It left us with a good example of philanthropic work in combating HIV and AIDS and other humanitarian crises after the left power. Nobody can erase this and the more deeds of this great son of Zambia and of Africa. Your Excellencies, dear brothers and sisters, let me, on behalf of the peoples and governments of the SADC member states, the Mozambican people I lead, and indeed on my own behalf, convey our most heartfelt condolences to the bereaved Kaunda family as well as to the brotherly Zambian people and to you, my dear brother, President Edgar Lungu. Please let me speak to President Kaunda. Mzee Kaunda, men of your strike shall never die, for there is no tomb they can fit into. The deep-rooted tree you have planted will remain with us, and we will continue to water and care. May Comrade Kaunda, may Comrade Kenneth Kaunda's souls be at eternal peace with our heavenly Father. Aluta continua. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We continue with speeches. It is again my rare privilege and honor to invite to the podium His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. Your Excellency.
Thank you, Director of this occasion, bereaved Kaunda family, and the bereaved nation of Zambia. Your Excellency, Edgar Lungu, President of the Republic of Zambia. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, fellow mourners, ladies and gentlemen. It is said, say not in grief, he is no more, but live in thankfulness that he was. I'm honored to be here in Lusaka, our home away from home, a citadel on the front line of the Southern African struggle for independence, to say, not in grief, that the colossal and indomitable son of Africa, Kenneth David Kaunda, is no more, but to express our thankfulness that he was. Comrade Kenneth Kaunda was a giant on our continent, an extraordinary personality who was one of the frontline fathers of African independence. As an icon of our liberation struggle, this luminary has left an indelible footprint on this continent, a perpetual reminder of his profound impact, which continues to reverberate from Cape to Cairo and beyond the shores of Africa. He was a statesman par excellence, who combined revolutionary but moderate, thus enlightened political views of a vision of humanism. His influence stretched beyond the borders of this continent. I had a long speech prepared, but I think since I have a special story to tell, that I will deviate from that and talk from my heart. Firstly, I was going to be accompanied by my two former the President Kaunda, President Nyoma, and President Wahamba. Gave them the plane that they can also come to be here. But last minute, they were told, because age is catching up, so they were asked by doctors to remain at home. I was also going to be accompanied by students that were educated here at the institute that I was heading. I was going to bring the Chief Justice of Namibia, Deputy Chief Justice of Namibia, Minister of Home Affairs, some magistrates, but when we were told they may only end up at the airport, last minute they had to remain. So I'm here to come and say to you, Comrade Lungu, President of Zambia, and to Kaunda family, to Zambians, that we Namibians, through me, are saying thank you. Sikomo Gwambili. Thank you for giving us second home, the home from where we are operating as if we're in our own homes. I, in particular, was a young fellow when I was sent from UN when I was only 34 years old. Now I'm going to be 80 years old. Sent to set up an institution under UN auspices to train Namibians for future responsibilities. I was young, a freedom fighter, but President Kaunda welcomed him. He welcomed me, helped me to set up that institute. Throughout our stay here, his doors were open to me. His advice was always available when I was sometimes getting frustrated. We trained thousands of Namibians from here. And they went back. I was a leader, director of elections, and President Kaunda called me to come to State House before I left. And he told me go well. But when you are going to be there, try to reconcile Namibian people. Your message should be that of peace and that of uniting Namibian people. I then, for the first time, was escorted in my life, first time, escorted by outriders, sitting on the back of the car and taken to the airport. The airport, Zambia Airways plane was there. And I then said, am I going back to a country I didn't see for 27 years, grew up outside, kind of. And I remember those words, that our country was divided, racist, whites were oppressing us, and President Kaunda is telling me to go back there and reconcile people. Okay, I came there, of course, received racist history. We campaigned, we won. But as I was now coming, Namibians whom I left behind, and I came with the Deputy Prime Minister, who was our last representative here, for independence, to say, since we cannot go and bury President Kaunda, you are going there on our behalf, please go and say, thank you to Zambian people. Thank you, Siko Mokwambili. We have been here, tough times, Zambia suffered, as my colleagues already said, those who represent the former liberation movements. You suffered because of us. Sanctions were applied against Rhodesia, but Zambia carried the burden of those sanctions, suffered more than Zimbabwe, because Zimbabwe, Rhodesia, there was a thing where they were busting Zambia, sanctions. So Zambia suffered. And so all of us who are freedom fighters, as we heard from those who spoke before me, are all saying, thank you, President Kaunda, thank you, Zambia, Siko Mokwambili. To Comrade Kaunda's dear children, grandchildren, and family, to the fraternal people of Zambia, we the people of Namibia offer sincerest condolences to you on the loss of this great Pan-Africanist and a beloved son of Africa. In sadness and tears, we offer our sympathies and share with you this huge national loss. President Kaunda, although we'll miss your physical presence, your counsel and advice will continue to guide us to, as you said in your own words, and quote unquote, continuously advance and inculcate the ideals of Pan-Africanism in all Africans, both on the continent and around the world, young and old, to keep Pan-African dream alive for all Africans. Let me also, before I close, reveal to Namibians that I had to steal from Zambia certain concepts. Some Namibians think it was mine. They think it's mine. But one Namibia, one nation, I brought there. It is there. One Zambia, one nation. I took it from here. And Namibians feel it's I who brought it, it's ours. I stole it from here. During independence, we had Lungu, not you, Your Excellency, Chief of Protocol, whom he stole from here. I took him from here to go to Namibia to be kind of a chief of protocol, to prepare for our independence. We took all President Kaunda's VIP cars, all of them, drove to Namibia. And the first convoys we had there for independence, for Colonel Newman to come with, were your cars. So, Sikomogwambili. Go well, son of Africa. We will not only celebrate your legacy, but we vow to live it, to be inspired by the blessings of your life's work, to build upon the foundations of solidarity, freedom, and peace which you fought for. May the Almighty God grant the soul of Comrade Kenneth David Kaunda eternal rest and peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We are almost coming to the end of speeches, but one. Allow me to call to the podium His Excellency Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Edgar Chagwa Lungu, President of the Republic of Zambia, Your Excellency the First Lady, Mama Esther Lungu, the family of our late departed father, Your Excellency, heads of state and government, to the people of Zambia, allow me, Your Excellency, first and foremost, to bring the condolences of the people of Kenya, and also as the chair of the East African community, to bring the condolences of the people of East Africa to the family of the late Kenneth Kaunda, and to you, Your Excellency, and through you, to all the people of Zambia. We join you here today to say farewell to one of the last great sons of Africa, a man who committed his entire life to the service not only of the people of Zambia, but to the service of the people of this great continent of Africa. Today, we mourn a father and a man who was willing to sacrifice in order to ensure that justice and right prevailed and stood by for the people of Africa. President Kaunda was not satisfied with the independence of Zambia, and he committed himself to ensuring that not only was Zambia free and able to determine her own destiny, but he also committed to lead the struggle to ensure that many other countries on this African continent were able to get justice, were able to get the right to determine their own future, and this at great sacrifice not only to himself personally, but also to Zambia as a nation. We will remember President Kaunda in Kenya as a great friend and partner of the first President of the Republic of Kenya, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. I remember fondly the many, many moments they shared together, fought and struggled together for this continent. I personally, today, can say I truly have lost not only a mentor, but a person who greatly inspired me as well. President Kaunda taught us, and this is something that is greatly forgotten, that there is life after high office. He accepted the will of the people of Zambia graciously, with humility, and lived the remainder of his life in dignity and in continued service to the people of Zambia through such initiatives as highlighting the case for HIV, his work for children, amongst many other activities of ensuring peace and bringing parties together across the African continent. These are lessons that we should never forget. These are lessons that we shall carry forward. And even as we say goodbye to this giant of Africa, we say goodbye to his mortal remains, but his spirit shall live with us for a very long time to come. Today, we say goodbye to a father. We wish him the peace of Christ. We wish him the comfort of eternal rest, together with all those who have gone before him. We pray for his soul, and we remain committed today and going forward to not only his call of one Zambia, one nation, but also the spirit of Pan-Africanism, the unity of the African continent and her people, and our ability to be able to continue to struggle for justice on our continent as we move on and live the legacy that these great men of Africa have left behind for us. Rest in peace, Father. Rest in peace, our leader. May God give his family comfort, and may God comfort the people of Zambia in this most difficult time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Before we have the final speech from the host president, who is our President of the Republic of Zambia, a combined defense and security choir, a short song. Thank you.
bana bandi bakufwaya fe wikale wino bakufwaya fe wikale wino ine nalichutile mwe bana bandi imonshale ya mwe bana bandi bakufwaya fe wikale bakufwaya fe wikale wino awaita nakana wikasumyo mulabawe nakana ukaleka bana bakachule ukaleka bana bakachule mukasungane Zambia nati mukasungane mukasungane Zambia wino mukasungane Zambia wino akatambala kabuta kona mishila bana bangi mulayibukisho kubuta kumutima bana bandi wikalekana mukekatane mukatemwane mukasungane Zambia wino mukasungane Zambia wino wikasumbya mulabawe nakana wikasumbya mulabawe nakana wikaleka bana bakachule nakana mukasungane Zambia wino mukasungane Zambia wino awaine nakana wikasumbya mulabawe nakana wikaleka bana bakachule nakana mukasungane Zambia mukasungane. Let's go. Kondo pakupoko muntungwa ichibemba chichila mwikala patalala mwina patalalika mwikala tentulubundi paliba imwe nakane mpasase pali imwe mukasungane Zambia wino mubulukane Zambia, sulula mali luhalile. Mulapa awe nakana, awe ile nakana. Wikasumbya mulapa awe nakana, awe ile nakana. Wikaleka bana bakachule nakana, mukasungane Zambia, wino mukasungane.
Thank you so much, Defense and Security Choir. Thank you. You remain there
Thank you so much, Conductor. Your Excellencies, what they're trying to portray are the 73 tribes. And the message which His Excellency has left is that work together, never shed blood. And I declare under apostolic anointing, Zambia shall see no bloodshed. It is now my rare honor and privilege to invite the host president, our beloved president, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, to speak to the nation. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, Dr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency, Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, and our chairperson of SADC, Your Excellency, Dr. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, my dear brother, Dr. Emerson Dabiso Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, Your Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, Your Excellency, Dr. Eric Mogwetsi Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, Your Excellency, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Dr. Mwekesi Majoro, MP, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Lesotho, Your Excellency, Dr. Chakaya Mrisho Kikwete, former President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and representative of Her Excellency, President Samia Suluhu Hassan, Your Excellency, Mr. Bonito de Sousa Otaza Diogo, Vice President of the Republic of Angola, Your Excellency, Mr. Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency, Mr. Tagetse Chafoduro, Speaker of the House of the People's Representative, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, Mr. Nikola Selakovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia, Your Excellency, Mr. James Studridge, Minister for Africa from the United Kingdom, Your Excellency, Mrs. Namwanina Kiumba Nana, Minister in the Office of the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, QC, Secretary General of the Commonwealth Secretariat, Your Excellency, Ms. Shleshe Mpundu Kapwepwe, Secretary General of the Common Market for East and Southern Africa, COMESA, Your Excellency, Ambassador Salisu Uma Zainab, Senior Director, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors and High Commissioners present this afternoon, members of the press, both local and international, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, We are gathered here today to celebrate the life of an African political giant. We are here to remember the life of a freedom fighter, a statesman, a Pan-Africanist, a patriot. We are also here to pay utmost respect to a great man, a legend, a true African icon, and the founding father of our country, Zambia. At the age of 97, many people would say we are celebrating the life of Kenneth David Kaunda rather than mourning him. But when I received the message of the demise of our first president, I shed tears and I was heartbroken. Every April 28th, I ensured that I visited his home to celebrate his birthday with him. I felt that on his birthdays, I could spend time with him and just show him how much we, as a nation, are indebted to him and how much we loved him. But it was also to celebrate with him his long life and good health. I was always amazed at his good sight and at the way he nonchalantly read those lovely messages in his birthday card without having to use glasses. That is why I was shocked when I heard the sad news of his passing, because I believed sincerely that the man could have been with us just a little bit longer. The last time I saw KK, as he was fully known to the world and most of us, was again on 28th April this year. And as he should say goodbye to me and my delegation, he blessed all of us, literally touching over our heads with his trademark white handkerchief and whispering blessings to each one of us. But many other people will tell you similar stories. Just a few days ago, on Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation television, I saw a documentary of KK blessing President Mnangagwa and his delegation when they visited him. President Kenneth Kaunda was a freedom fighter who, through long-held perseverance, tenacity, and personal sacrifice, helped liberate Zambia from colonial rule. He and his many colleagues now gone believed that we Africans deserved to decide our own destiny as a people, and that we could not be discriminated against and have our natural resources plundered by settlers while we wallowed in abject poverty and degradation. When independence arrived, KK, as young as he was unfazed, and he and his cabinet embarked on not only using the available resources to build our country, but embarked boldly on nationalism. Understandably, there were few Zambians with the right qualifications, and this great man embarked on a robust program to educate Zambians, both young and old. While KK worked to develop Zambia, which he did, much of Southern Africa was not free. There was civil war in Angola. in Mozambique, like you have already heard, apartheid in South Africa, liberation struggles in Namibia and Zimbabwe. KK knew that as long as Southern Africa remained unstable, Zambia's development would remain a pipe dream. To this effect, I'm not surprised to see heads of state and government present at this funeral. I see other foreign dignitaries present, despite the dangerous world we are living in with the COVID pandemic. But I know you could not miss this moment, because the man we are bidding farewell to meant a lot to you and your countries, just like he did to us. KK hosted many nationals and liberation movements to achieve this deal. And despite fears and discontent by some Zambian citizens that hosting our brothers and sisters from the region was endangering the country, despite attack from colonial governments in the region and loss of life, KK did not back home. I am a product of KK's free education up to university. President Mnangagwa would tell a similar story about KK's belief in the education of African children, having been educated here himself, as you have already heard him attest. It was because of that vision that some of us here are privileged to be presidents. Without KK's vision, as President Mnangagwa has put it, when he came here, the two of us, at least I speak for the two of us, could not have reached where we are. KK always talked about the eradication of poverty and disease amongst Africans, especially the African child. This was why, under his leadership, hospitals and health centers were built across the country. We enjoyed free access to medical facilities under KK, regardless of our origins. By origins, I'm not referring to Zambian tribes, I'm referring to regional countries who were hosted in this country. Freedom fighters who lived here. We all had access to free medical services. Most of all, under KK, unity was of utmost importance. Our motto, one Zambia, one nation, exemplifies just how much KK believed in the ideal that no nation could develop without unity. KK preached the gospel according to Matthew. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. This he emphasized in his philosophy of humanism, which professed helping one another. Those of us who are there who remember Humanism Week, which was a special period which preceded our Independence Day on 24th October. During Humanism Week, every Zambian was called upon to render help to the needy. As school children, we spent the week cleaning in hospitals and other public places. While many will tell you that KK exuded an aura of reverence, those close to him would actually tell you that behind that reverence was a kind, friendly, and caring human being. KK was a disciplinarian, yes, but true to his Christian belief, he never held grudges. He would rather have people perform, he would rather have people reform and be useful in society again. KK was a soccer fan, and like you have heard, his national team was the revered KK11. When the KK11 was playing, and I hope Kalushabola is around here, the match would not start until he juggled the ball and ferociously kicked it in any direction. That was KK for you. He loved golf too, and encouraged the growth of sport among the young population. He was a musician who loved his guitar and composed a few songs, including one for his sweetheart, Mama Betty Kaunda. But of course, his hit song, his number one song, like you have already heard, was Tiende Pamozi, Nimtima Umozi, which emphasized unity, a value he always espoused to the point of his death. Ladies and gentlemen, I have learned a lot of things from the presidents that served before me, but from Dr. Kaunda, I learned the importance of patriotism and national unity. And I'm saying patriotism and national unity in the light of the coming elections. It is my prayer that we remain patriotic and united as we face the elections on the 12th August 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, KK's contribution to humanity neither ended with his presidency in 1991, as you have already heard from President Uhuru, nor his retirement from active politics in 1999. He became a committed activist against HIV and AIDS in Africa. He was bold and compassionate about the fight against HIV and AIDS, and banished stigma and discrimination from the early days of the pandemic. Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, Super Kenny, what a great patriot you were, sir. Go well. The nation you loved loves you back. Africa remembers your benevolence. The world appreciated you in life and appreciates you in death. May God bless you. May God bless this country you served so well and so passionately. May God bless the Africa you helped liberate. I say thank you for all you did for us all, sir. May your soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We are now transiting into body viewing. May I ask the mortician to prepare the body for body viewing. In the meantime, Defense and Security Choir, as they prepare the body, we shall have His Excellency who lead his fellow head of state and government to body viewing. Defense and Security Choir. Mortician.
Julie. bakufaya ke wikale wino bakufaya ke wikale wino awe inenakana winasumnyamula bawe nakana winalekabana bakachule amukasungale Zambia nati mukasungane ine mumweo waninalisala kubambela bayawe nangunaya ine mumweo waninalisala kubambela bayawe nangunaya
Stage. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Remain seated, sir. May I invite Your Excellencies now to join the host president down for body viewing. Your Excellencies, we may proceed, Your Excellencies. At one go, Your Excellencies.
Body viewing being led by His Excellency and the First Lady, and it's all part of what is reality as far as the loss of the great statesman who's been given very high tribute from visiting presidents and heads of delegation. There's the final goodbye from His Excellency the President Edgar Chagwa Lungu as he leads mourners in bidding farewell to the first Republican president of the country, and much said about Dr. Kaunda, and just what he means not only to Zambia but to the rest of the continent. So vivid in the manner, clearly the contribution that Dr. Kaunda made to not just Zambia, but to other countries, and that is why they're here, to Kenya, to Namibia, to Zimbabwe, to Malawi, to Tanzania. We have heard moving tributes, all very positive, and recognizing what Dr. Kaunda did, and President Kenyatta having his own moment there. So much great words from the President of Namibia, and just how many lessons were taken from Zambia, the template, so to speak, in as far as Dr. Kaunda's contribution was concerned. Also heard how Mozambique also benefited from Zambia's sacrifice in the region. It is just very clear that Dr. Kaunda really touched the lives of almost every African, it's got to be said, all the way from Ghana. The President of Ghana coming through, reminding everyone the close friendships that were shared between Dr. Kaunda and Ghana's founding father in Kwame Nkrumah. Clearly very crucial, important to remember all that has been said in respect of Dr. Kaunda. Absolutely legendary, iconic statesman. The free education was not just extended, the education of Zambians, but also to Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe's President Mnangagwa giving his own account of how Dr. Kaunda contributed to making him educated and gaining from the policies that were put in place. It is all just an example of what comes out when one is dedicated to serving humanity, kindness, love for people, and in his death, Dr. Kaunda getting great tributes, a lot of appreciation that have been expressed by every speaker that had the opportunity to address not just the nation, as you might appreciate this broadcast being seen in many parts of the continent and the world on television and other platforms, saying goodbye to the last man standing in as far as the founding fathers of independent Africa are concerned. And it has really proven just how real Dr. Kaunda was in whatever he did for the betterment of this continent and its people. And like has been said, it will be important to emulate Dr. Kaunda, what he stood for, his spirit of forgiveness. It's been said he held no grudges, he was a disciplinarian, he wanted things done right. But in the end, Dr. Kaunda wanted to achieve much more for the continent of Africa through his international relations. He was very strong on issues. He was very straight.
To close the body viewing
with,
will be the service chiefs.
What he believed should be said, if only for the sake of achieving that which would otherwise be denied.
Just hold on, Mortician. Don't close. The service chiefs are coming down.
So, and as far as the body viewing is concerned, the director of ceremonies is just indicating the service chiefs will be the last to view Dr. Kaunda's body. And it has been a very, very highly dignified send-off, so to speak, the respect that's been given to Dr. Kaunda, whose body has the part of the program going to provincial centers for public viewing and church services held, and mainly the message that's come out of there is the echoing of Dr. Kaunda's emphasis on peace, unity, and love for one another, and that it is such an important moment to consider the need to uphold peace, especially that Zambia is going in its elections in come August 12. That Dr. Kaunda's emphasis on peace should resonate in every Zambian as they cast their vote or as they build up to the elections come on. So now the last of body viewing to be done, and it's a service chiefs.
You can now close, Mortician. Thank you.
He was the commander-in-chief, their commander-in-chief. He commissioned many of them, and they will be remembering that. And today is day to respect Dr. Kaunda for all that he did. What a man, what a legend. Absolutely iconic, absolutely inspiring. And from what the younger generation have been able to see through archive material, which the Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation has been running, a lot of those that may not have had an idea have come to learn about Dr. Kaunda. They've come to understand or have part understanding of where this country is coming from, and hopefully that does help them, the younger generation, not to take the peace, the freedom that Zambia enjoys for granted, and especially because much has been told about what it took for Zambia to gain independence, for Zambia to sustain independence. Zambia, which sacrificed its own economic prosperity for the freedom of others, the risk it took, and the consequences actually that came along with the support that it gave to other countries that were not liberated, the bombings that took place, the killings that also happened. But Dr. Kaunda stood firm, believing in what he thought was the right thing to do. Because as you've heard, he was a firm believer in the fact that if Zambia was the only country that was enjoying peace, it would not be of real benefit in the end. And so he wanted every country around Zambia, which is largely, in fact, completely a landlocked country, although that terminology is being rephrased today into being a land-linked country to have a much more positive outlook about its geographical position. Dr. Kaunda was very sure that it was only by ensuring that others around the country were independent would there be prosperity. And he was right. in the end. The funeral party has been very, very accurate in their handling of the caskets. It has been very well organized, very inspiring,
Thank you, Defense
very
and
reflective
Security
of the high respect that Dr. Kaunda commands.
Your Excellencies, may I, at this moment in time, request that we be upstanding for the closing prayer, which will concurrently be followed by the national anthem to mark the end of this funeral. May I call to the podium Colonel Reverend Mwale, Director, Religious and Moral Services, Zambia Army. Closing prayer.
Shall we pray? Dear Lord, we thank you for the wonderful gift you gave Zambia, Africa, and the world in the person of Dr. David Kaunda. We thank you for comforting us in our grief. May the memories of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda bring joy, unity, hope, love, and peace. Lord, we pray that may the vision, the values, and the goals that he lived for live forever. Be a comfort to the President of the Republic of Zambia, the Kaunda family, the people of Zambia, and all those who are mourning with us throughout the world. Comfort us in our sorrows and strengthen us to face the future with hope, resilience, and determination. We thank you for this state funeral procession. Thank you for the heads of states and government that are present with us today. As they return to their countries, we pray that God, you may bless each one of them with your presence and goodness. Now, to him that is able to keep you from falling and present you faultless before the presence of his glory, with exceeding joy, to the only God, our Savior, be glory and majesty, dominion and power, both now and forever. In the name of the Father, the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
We remain upstanding, Your Excellencies.
standing until the procession, the cortege leaves the grounds. Let's proceed.
The end of a very important occasion here to honor Dr. Kaunda, who has received the highest respect, highest military honors in as far as his final goodbye is concerned. And it has all been reflected in what has been said about him. And there, the funeral party comprising of staff sergeants and, of course, the pallbearers being brigadier generals from all services, that is the Zambia National Service, the Zambia Army, the Zambia Air Force, all executing their duties in this particular context with the highest respect that is accorded to a fallen hero in the name of Dr. Kaunda. If you saw earlier on, if you had the opportunity to see the flight past by the Zambia Air Force was carried out using L-15 aircraft, and it respect or out of respect for Dr. Kaunda. The showgrounds has been the venue, very restricted indeed, and absolutely dignified, as it was very accommodative, visiting heads of state, having very positive words about their personal experiences, and they recognize the contribution that Dr. Kaunda made to the respective countries, and the honor to Dr. Kaunda getting
His Excellency the President,
the
with the heads of state and government, Your Excellencies. Thank you.
huge feedback, which has been very positive more than anything. You will appreciate that it's been a state funeral, and generally, without having to say it, it's like a military funeral. One that sees off a gallant man, a gallant soldier of the soil. And for this reason, he got the highest respect among them, as emphasis, including the 21-gun salute by the Zambia Army troop, which basically was a reflection of how important he was. The Guard of Honor, mounted by the Zambia Army, the 2nd Battalion of Infantry Brigade, also doing their part. Further show of honor and respect was a 3-aircraft formation by the Zambia Air Force, and clearly, again, putting in everything to show how much Dr. Kaunda has been respected here, the first Commander-in-Chief of independent Zambia. And feedback, the response from many people following this particular procession or event, getting very good feedback. The President seeing off visiting presidents, heads of government, and will come back for finality to this particular broadcast as he takes his salute. So there's the gun carriage where the casket has been placed. It's on a Teaser 105, and it is out of respect, the Howitzer 105, and generally carries artillery or guns on wheels, as it were, and on this occasion is carrying Dr. Kaunda's body. And traditionally, historically, which takes you back to 1805, it's a military tradition for carriage of artillery, and it used to be towed by horses, and that's what the history tells you. And it has obviously stayed on, perhaps slight changes in the fact that you have vehicles that are taking that particular responsibility, but clearly doesn't get bigger than this. It is all done in respect of a highly respected dignitary in that particular order, and it is hoped that the public has had a full appreciation of who Dr. Kaunda was. Family members, invited members. This occasion has had international press, and they've been having some kind of picture, obviously with additional ones being broadcast in different countries that have joined Zambia in mourning, because this is basically what this has been. So the combined security and defense choir has been an addition to the other musicians who came, who were also part of this particular program, all indicating that Dr. Kaunda might have passed on, but Zambia is celebrating his 97 years on this earth, and therefore there is need to look at Dr. Kaunda and what he did, perhaps with a sense of satisfaction that he was given to Zambia by his family, and that he lived up to expectations, he did his very best, and that the rest that
His
remains
Excellency is still coming back,
is
so remain where you
for
are.
those that are current, those that are aspiring to be able to emulate Dr. Kaunda, say yes to peace, say no to violence, say yes to forgiveness, say no to vengeance and hatred, say yes to accommodation of divergent views, and to be able to be magnanimous enough to accept mistakes, and of course to always give out the very best in terms of sacrificing for the next person. Dr. Kaunda was a stalwart of peace and love, and Zambia would do well to pick it up from there, and that goes without saying. Outbreaks in many senses, and of course there could be celebration in others in the context of looking at Dr. Kaunda's passing on with a sense, or from a context of a positive angle. Amazing stories, personal accounts that have come through in this particular period. 21 days of mourning which Zambia gave, and you'd think it would only end there, but other countries would also follow suit, giving, offering, also giving time to Dr. Kaunda in reflection by having their own national mourning periods. 14 days, 7 days, just amazing response and feedback in this fact. And there is, of course, a lot of work because this is what has been seen. The route lining has also been dotted by soldiers, and it is all the way right up to the mortuary, and it's also a sign, an indicator that the person that is being honored here, that is passing by, is of very high standing. Dr. Kaunda, and many will miss him, will miss his personality, his infectious smile, and of course his huge heart. And the security and defense choir combined, leading the way in celebrating Dr. Kaunda. And one does look back and quickly check what has been said in retrospect. On its way to the mortuary, and what a day, one that Zambians will not forget. And in the route lining, there are soldiers resting arms in reverse. all part of the somber moment, recognition that Dr. Kaunda is triggering his passing on. That is a man whose legacy will live forever, and that's because Dr. Kaunda will always be alive. And for anyone to keep him alive, it is simply by turning in any direction, and there is an imprint, a landmark of Dr. Kaunda. And as a point of correction, the body going to the funeral parlor, and as you may be aware, it has been a very, very high amount of work that has been put in this particular regard, all to ensure that respect is given to Dr. Kaunda. And because of COVID-19, crowds have been restricted, and many members of the public understanding this and keeping off the streets, because without COVID-19, the picture could have been different. But everybody understands the need to mourn Dr. Kaunda virtually. He believed in the health of his people, and he must be pleased that the adherence, to those that are adhering to the current demands of making sure that COVID-19 does not affect everybody. So, in as far as that is concerned, so much credit to go to all those that have adhered and followed the proceedings, sad as they may be, from the comfort of their homes, or indeed any place that has been chosen to be part of this particular sad but celebratory occasion of seeing Dr. Kaunda for the last time. A kind man who is being praised, highly revered, and like was said, Dr. Kaunda was a very kind person. You just needed to understand, to have a personal encounter with him. And he was an example to many of what it meant to have a big heart. And not only did he love Zambians, he loved everybody. He accommodated people of foreign origin. He loathed or detested tribalism or racial divides. He was a very, very accommodating president, and the personal tales, professional tales there for all to see, and messages keep on pouring in that regard as people pay tribute in words, in song, in other forms of expression, just to give gratitude to Dr. Kaunda. It has been a very, very difficult period, but one that has been ably handled throughout by everybody involved in this particular difficult time, which many would have hoped should have been delayed. And especially that Dr. Kaunda's birthday, like His Excellency the President, Mr. Edgar Chagwa Lungu, alluded to, the country was celebrating his 97th birthday only in April. And that gave hope to many that there will be soon 98th and 99th and perhaps 100. But God had other plans, and Dr. Kaunda's 97th birthday would be his last. And before that, he had a lot of blessings that he would give out. His birthday celebrations were absolutely well attended, very good responses, and for many that for many that came across Dr. Kaunda in his 90s and probably even before, you would not leave without him placing a hand on your head and him showering his blessings. You do recall the president also unleashing blessings to the country as well, and offering peace and love to everybody. This Dr. Kaunda's way, I think it gave him peace. It did give him peace. He loved to offer all that as against holding grudges for or against anybody. Dr. Kaunda's legacy lives on in many, many spheres. He had, after his presidency, offered to help in other areas such as health. He had KK Children's Foundation, which many hope will be more prominent and keep Dr. Kaunda's dream of better health for all alive. So Dr. Kaunda, absolutely an iconic figure who should be emulated, absolutely a man to emulate for the young generation. The testimonies coming from the presidents, the tributes were very, very touching indeed. Some of them very, very personal. A lot of them reflecting on what this has meant to the world, what Dr. Kaunda has meant to the world. He played a crucial role in shaping the current setups in as far as regional bodies are concerned, including the Commonwealth. So Dr. Kaunda, absolutely a very, very prominent figure that lives on in as far as his footprints are concerned.
Zambia!
Engineers, reduce your volume. Hey, technician, reduce your volume. Something like that. I didn't say you switch off, reduce your volume. UCZ St. Paul, be on standby. Once they are done with that song, you come on stage.
apesingai onarobiko ayo apes yango Yangona kumisayo, yangona kumisayo, yangona kumisayo.
UCZ choir. UCZ choir to come on stage.
The funeral cortege approaching State House on its way to the funeral parlor at Minor Soko, and it's all part of the end of the proceedings that took place at the showgrounds here in Lusaka. A very successful, moving, mixed emotion event that took place as the nation said and bidding farewell, goodbye to Dr. Kaunda, and it has all been nothing but a reflection of Dr. Kaunda in many, many ways, many memories that were coming out, reflections coming from the different countries that were represented today, and those that were not present did send their condolences, they sent in their messages, and in effect it was wide areas, wide places, far and wide where the messages were coming from, remembering Dr. Kaunda. Such was the man that will be put to rest on the 7th of this month. Clearly it's going to be very emotional. It is already. It's full of regret. He lived a full life, but many would say it would have been better if he just gave Zambians a little bit more of himself as far as staying alive is concerned. But of course, in every sense, Dr. Kaunda did all that he had to. He helped form the Organization of African Unity, and it all came through. Wasn't easy, has not been an easy task for the president to eulogize Dr. Kaunda. He realized, he knew that at the point of independence in 1964, there were about 8 countries that were not independent. And Dr. Kaunda, realizing this, just deciding to take matters at a national level in this respect, and deciding to offer himself and ultimately, effectively, the country as well. A legacy that needs to be preserved, Dr. Kaunda's legacy that needs to be preserved in that sense. So interesting remarks that have been coming out from the different distinguished guests that were in the Lusaka showgrounds today, saying goodbye to the man whose body being taken back to the funeral parlor at Minor Soko Hospital. Clearly, a lot of work to be done to emulate this great son of Africa, a noble son of Africa, as was described by Ghana's President Addo, and representing ECOWAS, he was very, very clear in the recognition of the contribution that Dr. Kaunda made, describing him as a true and noble son of Africa, who made the lives of freedom fighters safe. You recall, and you will appreciate those statements, because freedom fighters were seeking and getting safe haven in Zambia, and Dr. Kaunda would protect them. Dr. Kaunda would ensure that they were not harmed, and Dr. Kaunda would make sure that it was all for a good cause and for the liberation of the region as it was. The Southern Africa Development Community has certainly lost its founder, and sentiments to that regard indicating that it has been very difficult to see Dr. Kaunda go. He tirelessly worked on many, many humanitarian needs. So Zambia, a home to many refugees and those fleeing, looking for peace in that sense.
Chonse mwe bantu nshamwene mwaka weme muchalo lelo enkumbu chenu imwe shambwesha mwaliendelela mwe bayawe inena lienda shamwene mwaka weme muchalo olelo enkumbu muno muchalo tetimombe ineneka kanona Yesu 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 nawanawandi tetinsunge ineneka kanona Yesu nawanawandi tetinsunge
After the UCZ choir, I'll invite the Chifwasa group. The Chifwasa group should be on standby.
Ineneka kanona Yesu nawanawandi tetinsunge ineneka kanona Yesu nolupalwandi tetinsunge ineneka kanona Yesu nolupalwandi tetinsunge ineneka kanona Yesu Hallelujah Hallelujah onde mipela imwewa yawe Hallelujah Hallelujah onde mipela
The body of Dr. Kaunda finally being taken into the funeral parlor, and it still has to be noted that the president is still at the showgrounds. At least we'll be going back and will give a final salute to release the whole occasion. And in this case, of course, you've got all military personnel still there. And we would like to take you back to the showgrounds, and that is where the choirs are still performing, still in that final part of the program. And it's got to be said at this point that it has been a very, very gratifying occasion to be able to just see everything from different aspects. And because this is it's largely a military funeral, so to speak, it's a state funeral. The Zambia Army has been very, very gracious in working with Zambia National Broadcasting Corporation through the Army Commander, Lieutenant General William Sikazwe, who released Lieutenant Colonel Martin Leyungu to work with ZNBC in taking down and just identifying certain technical matters in the military sense. So it's been a really wonderful experience. And so departures began at from the Kenneth Kaunda International Airport, and it is really the mark of
so much,
the respect that all these countries which came have had for Dr. Kaunda. Can only imagine what is being said, what the whole occasion has meant to them, and what they will do to immortalize Dr. Kaunda.
Our senior officers that side, we can stand down. The motorcade will move this way. Thank you so much, sirs.
Our senior officers, they are free to go.
Thank you so much.
Well, this is clearly a mark of an end to a very important occasion that has been part of a long day in the showgrounds, but one which has kept a lot of you glued to your national television to follow the proceedings as different sentiments were made by different respectable figures that were at the Lusaka showgrounds. And as you know, as far as the occasion is concerned, it is part of the continued mourning of Dr. Kaunda. It continues to be the desire of government that many people to adhere to COVID-19 restrictions in these very difficult times. And this, compounded by Dr. Kaunda's passing on, just doesn't make anything any easier. But it is hope that it will be well managed, as has been the case so far. So once again, SADC says it has lost its founder, a man who worked tirelessly to see the free-flowing integration of the peoples in this particular region, a man who's been described as a statesman par excellence, Dr. Kaunda, who was a mentor to many, a leader, a man who had time to share his experience with new leaders, and those that were not necessarily have been in mainstream politics as far as leadership is concerned. And he led from many, many angles, Dr. Kaunda, who certainly will be missed. A torchbearer of freedom has been part of what has been described in as far as Dr. Kaunda is concerned, an epitome of humility and wisdom. And that should say a lot about what he has meant to Africa, to other countries that could have been partly affected, if not directly affected, by Dr. Kaunda, who was larger than life. A continent will certainly continue looking at the fact that it has lost a liberator in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. You recall that in as far as that is concerned, it is all part of the respect from the South African president, the president of Zimbabwe, the president of Ghana, the president of Mozambique, the former president of Tanzania, the president of Namibia, just to mention but some of the leaders that were here at the showgrounds in Lusaka. So once again, thank you for being part of this broadcast, and may everybody keeping Dr. Kaunda in their prayers. Do join us tomorrow early in the morning as we get you with more broadcasts as the body flies to the Eastern Province, and we'll be right here from as early as 7 hours.
I, Kenneth David Kaunda, first President and founding father of the Republic of Zambia, wish to express my hearty gratitude to God Almighty, the President and the people of Zambia for honoring me as the founding father of this nation.
Aumba wani ndionse kamutotela Nangula fyomwe owandi Osangwe mumafya Lesa wandi fyonse kamutulila Mwe owandi kawumba pano chalo Wabafe muminwe fye yenu Takulyu koninga